Glad to tell you that the assignment you gave to us 1 year ago, we have done that. And I want to thank you for giving up your persistence. This assignment has been wonderful, and we couldn't have done much without my co-chairs, Madam Okewo, right here, Mr. Chopin, Madam Opadipun, Mr. Elijah, Mrs. David, and the guy Emmanuel. I want to say thank you. Today is not much of a speech, just to say welcome. We expect that over the next 2-3 hours, you will be treated to what we have. The agenda had already been shared like a week ago, and we have placed it on our platform. We'll be having Dr. Watch to take the guest lecture, and then we'll be having final section. And then also, too, we'll be having the election proper. Glad to tell you that we have able and capable hands that have expressed their interest. Our electoral committee, ably chaired by Mr. Chopin, will be doing that at the end of today, the doing the swearing. For special mention to Dr. Olaide, we want to thank you very much, sir, for everything. And to our director, our host, we thank you. There will be time to say most of these things. My assignment is just to say first, welcome to 2024 reunion. Remove your hand from. Thank you.
Celebrating. Thank you very much, Dr. Chris. Thank you. And thank you for delivering the effective speech. And just like we said, last year they were working on board to steer activities of the alumni, and they delivered effectively beyond expectation. Let's appreciate the entire team. And without taking much of our time, I would just like to confirm if our director is still on the call. We'd like to hear him having the opening remark, just a short opening remark, because it's very, very important. Is our approach for this event. I would truly appreciate your support and all you do for us, sir. And we just like to have your opening remarks before we have Professor Oman report.
Hello, good morning. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, so good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you to the members of the steering committee and to all members of the alumni of the Great Center for Sustainable Development, University of Ibadan. I could see that Paul Walsh is online. I thank you for your continued support. I express special appreciation to our partners, the SDSN Global and SDSN Academy, for continuous support to the center in various fronts. We appreciate you, and shall continue to do our best to promote the entrenchment of sustainable development practice in Nigeria and in Africa in general. I congratulate the members of the alumni for this laudable initiative. I want to say that we are very proud of you. You are our representatives all over the world, and we are getting very positive feedbacks from your various places of engagement. So we encourage you to continue to sustain this culture of excellence, which CESDEV stands for. We also want to pledge our support to the Alumni Association. As a center, we will do everything possible to encourage you, because we know that you are our representatives out there. You are our images out there. And as a center, we know that promoting you will have a positive backlash on the center itself. We look forward which you may first look into in the nearest future. Power supply, extremely problematic. We spend a lot of money procuring diesel. So we are looking towards installing a solar inverter that will be able to power our activities. We also want to renovate the remaining parts of our building. Graciously, the University of Ibadan has recently helped us to renovate the main suite. But if you look at it against the other buildings that belong to us, these other ones too are crying for renovation. So we need assistance in this regard. The frontage of the center, you see that it has virtually been taken over by a private organization who erected their signpost there. We want to claim the part that is ours and also be able to put an electronic board there. So on these notes, I thank you again for your commitment to the ideals of sustainable development and wish you a very successful deliberation. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Sincerely appreciate your remark. And we are truly grateful for the great work which you're doing and also keeping the center alive. We believe that we keep making great progress across board. And once again, thank you for hosting us, sir. We appreciate all you do for us. Without taking much of our time, just like I said, this event is going to be straightforward and we have different activities for today. However, we are going to make it more interactive and more engaging. Definitely, we have people online. We also have people on site, and we would like to start with an introduction. There's a part whereby each and every one of us are going to network. We are going to introduce each other, we meet each other, and connect each other. So, without taking much of our time, I would like to bring our special guest of honor on right away, in person of Professor Patrick Walsh, who is currently the director of HCG Academy, going to speak to us on becoming relevant as a sustainable development practitioner. And I will just briefly read his profile before he comes up to share his remarks and messages. Professor Patrick Walsh is the Vice President of Education and Director of HCG Academy at the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. He's on secondment from University College Dublin, where he is the full professor of International Development Studies and also the director of Center for Sustainable Development Studies in University College Dublin. And he received a PhD in economics from London School of Economics and Political Science. And he has held academic position at Trinity College Dublin and several other institutions. And he has also held position in the United Nations, European Commission, IMF, and World Bank. His current focus is sustainable development education that is informed by science, practice, and policy. Please, with a clapping ovation, let's welcome Professor Patrick. Thank you so much for the recognition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for a very kind introduction. It's always a joy to be with you in the University of Ibadan and the Center for Sustainable Development. So just to say, in some way, in a lot of ways, when I'm thinking back of SDSN, particularly from the beginning, with Labode, for example, and Alanre, and now Professor Saka, we've had 12 years of SDSN, but the Center for Sustainable Development has been very important to us and has been at the heart of SDSN right from the beginning. So our journey has been your journey. And today it's a joy to talk to the alumni of the MDPs, and I'm sure there's other students, sustainable development students, who came from the center. And you're part of a group in the Global Association of Masters Development Practice, for example, and others doing Masters in Sustainable Development. You're part of thousands of people around the world who've done that Masters. So again, thank you for the kind invitation. And we are very, as Professor Saka said, we are very proud of all the alumni and everyone who's been part of SDSN, SDG Academy, and the Global Association of MDPs. I don't want to make a huge talk or a long talk today, but I thought I might just break it up into 3 sections. One is to talk about the past a little bit. You might have an interest to look at what I think is happening now, and then a few words on what I think the future is going to look like in terms of sustainable development practitioners and education and careers. So as you know, or maybe you don't know, where did the development practitioner, sustainable development practitioner come from? So back in around 2007, I think John MacArthur, who was part of what was called the MDG project with Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who was a professor in Columbia University, but also was running the MDG project under Kofi Annan in the UN. They were at the time, and I know the University of Ibadan was involved in this, running Millennium Development Villages. And the feeling is that, you can have people doing Masters in Development Studies, which was very popular, obviously, across Africa and lots of other countries. But there was the feeling while, the values were correct and people understood the importance of community and community development, in reality, their core competencies were not really correct. So when NGOs or when international organizations were hiring people to work, let's say in the Millennium Development Villages, they would tend to go for the doctors or the engineers or the computer scientists or the statisticians, and that the kind of competencies, the core competencies that were required to be an effective development practitioner were not really there in, let's say, the traditional masters in development studies. So there was a MacArthur Foundation report, I think that was published around 2008, and they looked at something like 240 core competencies that you really should know if you are to be effective in the Millennium Villages. And that led to the 4 dimensions, which different programs across the world have taken on board or not taken on board. But when you think about it, this was before the SDGs. So there was the health sciences, there was the natural sciences, management, and let's say the kind of economic or social pillar, or the social science pillar. And when you think about it, like at the time, people were coming out of the MDGs and into the SDGs, people were thinking about the 4 dimensions of sustainable development, which is the economic, the societal, the governance, and the environmental dimension. So it was pretty forward-looking at the time. to think about what were the needs of a community and what were the skill sets and competencies that a development practitioner should have across those pillars of the MDP as they were defined in that MacArthur Foundation report or commission going back all those years. So with that, the MacArthur Foundation did give money to start. The first MDP was in Columbia University with Glenn Denning, what was called the Masters in Public Administration in Development Practice, which is still running in CEPA, in Columbia University. And from there were 12. There was one in Dublin, one in Ibadan, and so on, right across the world. And they have kind of grown and stabilized over time. But that was the origin of that was the origin of the MDPs. Just to say, the backdrop to the MDPs was the Millennium Development era. So we all know, maybe just to reflect on that, my kind of understanding of what was there was this really was a framework that came out of the OECD DAC, the Development Assistance Committee, which is, say, the high income countries. And it was a framework for kind of transferring overseas development aid or foreign aid, particularly to lower income countries. At the time, I guess, I think there was quite a resistance to this, particularly in Africa. But the whole idea was, development can't be just GDP only. Even though a lot of economists, general equilibrium economists, would have said, to have high income GDP per capita in a country, you can't have that if you don't have a skilled and healthy labor force, or you don't have a good corporate environment or investment climate, to actually support that. So, like even the likes of Amartya Sen used to say, the reason, you could look at an index of manufacturing or exporting or an index of diversity and employment. So in the old days, you just had like Ireland in the 50s, it was an agrarian-based society that moved up into agribusiness, but eventually moved up the value chain to manufacturing, export manufacturing, services, financial services, internationally traded financial services. And to do that, you actually had to have a very skilled and educated labor force, a very healthy labor force, and you had to have a very good governance environment to actually support that. So a lot of people were saying, well, maybe GDP is not too bad, but I guess coming out of, coming into the millennium in the year 2000, people did see, particularly in lower to middle income countries, a big disconnect between income of a country and the social indicators, particularly on life expectancy and on education and other important nutrition and other important water quality and so on. So the MDG project for me was about how we would transfer foreign aid, and then rather than just in terms of looking at what is the impact of this foreign aid, to have a set of indicators. And my memory of the MDG project was 8 goals and about 69 indicators. And that was the basis of the Millennium Development Villages that we were trying to look at, obviously poverty, nutrition issues, child mortality, maternal health. Then we were moving down into HIV, infectious diseases, water quality, sanitation, and so on. And also there was a focus on some sort of fair trade and debt relief and increased aid that should come from north to south. And that was the framework from the year 2000 to the year 2015. And it was certainly the backdrop to the Millennium Development Villages that, in a sense, when the aid came in, development practitioners should be able to achieve all of those 69 targets and take a holistic and comprehensive approach to being able to look after health and education and water and sanitation, agricultural productivity, and nutrition, and so on and so forth. So that was the basis of that MacArthur Foundation approach. They used to say, I think, that the MDP is for development like the MBA is for business, right? In the sense that you would have professionals who actually have the core competencies to be very, very professional in the running of communities and of any sort of aid or any sort of developmental approaches that were happening within a country. I think to come to the SDGs then, I mean, I think what was happening in the UN itself, but also everywhere else, is there was an argument, and I think a very good argument, that this sort of kind of approach about, bringing what we call human development, looking at social and economic development and maybe good governance, wasn't really enough, because the problem was we were using the environment as a source and as a sink. And we all saw the problems with water quality, air quality, climate change, and food systems and soil degradation and habitats, etc. So I guess when you think of what was coming out of, say, 2012, when we were starting the process, the post-2015 agenda process, in Rio +20, the future we want, the basic idea was we got to integrate the environmental dimension into the social and economic dimension. And in reality, there was 4 dimensions. What they talked about was governance, environment, society, and economics. And of course, they're talking more at the global level and in the UN system, and whether they could have a framework for agreements and policies that would hit those 4 dimensions. And we won't go, as most people you're alumni of an excellent program, so I'm sure you're very aware of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Agreement, the Kunming, the Montreal Agreement on biodiversity, and so on. But the bottom line there is that in the SDG project, I think there's 2 things, right? One is that when you're developing, even if you're in a government or in a corporate or in a community, or you're just in a household, all of us have to start thinking about how our actions are actually hitting societal outcomes, how it affects nature, how it affects prosperity and good governance. And this is not unlike what was happening in, say, the villages. Like, there was clear social, economic, environmental, and other sort of dimensions that you had to look after. But the framework certainly became about the interoperability of these 4 dimensions into sustainable development practice. And of course, a lot of the programs moved from development practice to sustainable development practice because they were integrating the whole sort of climate change, the role of soil quality, water, habitats, and so on and so forth. So certainly integrating nature, if you want to call it, into the framework. The only thing I think that did change in the master's programs, which I noticed was, and that this was true with the SDG project. The SDG project was about integrating governance at all levels, meaning, community, national, regional, and global levels. It was also about integrating, let's say, these spillovers or linkages on the 4 dimensions. But it also did say that the partnership, really, when you were thinking, so the stakeholder partnership became important. So communities on their own, it's not so easy. Government policy on its own is not so easy. Corporates on their own is not so easy. But if you try to have some sort of partnerships between business, the government in the lead, and civil society and communities, you are potentially able to do more, right? And the sad thing that's after happening with humanity in terms of our global supply chains and the population increases is that, unfortunately, there was a time when you could deal with these things within countries, but now the spillovers across countries are becoming very important. So we've only one ocean, one, if you like, climate tent. We've only got kind of one sort of global food system, and we have to think about the governance of these things. So I think as a sustainable development practitioner, potentially you're not just in a community. You could work in a corporate, you could work in government, you could work in intergovernmental organizations. So this sort of framing of, looking at the interaction of society, economics, environment, and governance is really a framework that corporates are thinking about, the ESG framework. certainly governments are thinking about in their voluntary national reviews. Communities were always thinking about these things because that was happening to them. So if there's any sort of difference, I guess, between the SDGs and MDGs is that it's a universal project and that all countries are doing it. It's not just for low-income countries or to manage foreign aid flows. They're more indivisible in the sense that we have to be very careful about taking the comprehensive or integrated approach. And the other thing is people are concerned about a coordination of coherence at all levels of governance, and particularly between countries. But that, to the sustainable development practitioner, opens up a lot of possibilities in terms of where you're employable, like whether it's in a UN system or government department or corporate or community, you become very valuable. So in a sense, I don't think the MDP, the original idea of the MacArthur Foundation has changed. I just think it's just expanded and it's kind of more flexible. And I would have seen this in the Dublin programs where we had a lot of alumni too, that, a lot were getting jobs in government and UN system and in corporates, maybe even more than communities. But the basic idea was the same, though, is that when you're doing your core business, you've got to care for people and planet and nature and the governance around you. Because if you don't do that, it obviously descends into a bit of chaos. So I think the concept has not been replaced with the Sustainable Development Goals. I think in some ways it's just been augmented. And this is what will happen after 2030 as well, is that there will be an evolution. The other thing that's happened is that, you could say, well, how do we actually transform economies and societies and governance, to reflect, to achieve the SDGs? And a lot of people say education. So you might naturally think of starting a preschool, then K-12, and then into the universities. But if you look at what's called Mission 4.7 or SDG 4, Target 7, Ban Ki-moon and SDSN and a lot of other partners, UNESCO, in what's called Mission 4.7, they stress the need for a continuum of education and professional training from cradle to grave. So people should be, yes, preschool, yes, K-12, into the university, but in the labor force, a lot of people have to be reskilled and upskilled. You can have 3 or 4 degrees, but if you've never ever thought about nature of society or good governance, I mean, you're not, as an engineer or anything else, you're not really going to be able to implement the transformations needed that the SDGs are promoting. And so that has opened up opportunities, though, and we have noticed, and I don't know whether you've noticed in your own master's program, a lot of people coming back who are a bit older, actually, to do, even from government departments, upskilling and reskilling on sustainable development to be effective in their job. And that's good news, obviously, for the alumni here, because there's a lot more jobs and opportunities if the labor force itself is looking for those with knowledge and experience to do this. There is, just to say, the academy that I'm running now hosts the Global Masters in Development Practice, which is in general still a kind of a day master's, but there are schools doing it hybrid and doing it online. But we are developing an online master's with the academy, which will have the University of West Indies, the University of Dar es Salaam, UCD, Chinese University, Hong Kong. So where we are 100% online, and to facilitate people in the UN system that need a master's who are in the labor force, or people in corporates or government departments who just don't have the time to go to the campus and enjoy campus life for a year, which is obviously very valuable, and you make your friends, etc. But we are in a climate emergency. We have to roll back very fast against what's happening to habitats and climate change and all the other transformations that have to happen in finance and education, etc. So it's all hands on deck. And the Mission 4.7 thing is that everyone, whether young or old, have to start upskilling and reskilling and implementing this project. But it creates an opportunity, though, the online professional training, to me, it's a tsunami of need, actually, and people are very eager to do it. And it's something that we're starting to do. And some of the lessons from it, there's a lot of benefits from in person, but online, you can actually bring experts in for 5 minutes, 10 minutes just to talk about a particular issue. So you can have science policy practice interface in the classroom, which maybe did not happen before. You might have had a few guest lecturers, etc. The second thing, you can do capstones or projects where literally what you're learning in the classroom can be implemented in the sphere of the person where they're working, whether it's in a government department or corporate or community. So literally you can have 24/7 science policy practice interface happening online in a way that you mightn't have had in the traditional sort of day masters, where you just do education and then you might do the placement and then you might get the job and then you might implement it. In fact, you can integrate these things in your course and project program if you're online in a way that you wouldn't be able to do that in person. And I guess then to look to the future, personally, I think technology is going to change everything. I know we all talk about AI, but I'm old enough to remember that when the World Wide Web came on, when I was doing my PhD thesis, I was still typing it out. And when I was doing my econometrics, I was still putting in cards and codes, right? So things have moved on an awful lot. But I do remember industrial economics conference, and people were saying, well, the World Wide Web won't really influence the economy so much because you can't really buy and sell products online, so it's really about information and how do you, verify that information and so on. So they didn't really feel that the World Wide Web would have such an impact. And we all know the new technologies that are happening, like the advances in the data sets and the LMSs and the applications, learning management systems like what I call Blackboard, Canvas, or Moodle. I think it's going to transform potentially the way we teach and how we teach. And it's already happening, I am sure, right? Because even in the I know in University College Dublin, most people do their registration online, course choices online, get their homeworks online, you use the LMS to get their syllabus and to get the recordings of lectures, even if it's a day lecture. So I think technology is rapidly changing and AI is rapidly changing. But going forward, I just to take it to the extreme, I don't see why we can't have folders of what I call digital assets or content or curriculum, which are verified and sent to every library in the world that could be used for any sort of training at any level of education. I don't see why people can't do education alongside other activities. It's not clear that the campus is the focus, so why not in refugee camps? Why not anywhere in the world where the courses come to you and where you actually do the projects where you are and then you're linked? So I think the future of education is going to be transformed quite a lot. But the key thing here, though, is the interdisciplinary and comprehensive approach is going to escalate in need. And I also think the transdisciplinary. So we think as practitioners, maybe we do a good job with the interaction of the university, with community, with government, with corporates. But I think what I'm seeing now on the online masters is that relationship could actually, the transdisciplinary relationship could actually be a lot tighter, in the sense that we should be co-creating and working with community, with corporates, with government, with the UN on a 24/7 basis. Like there's no need to be siloed in the universities. And then, on summers or on placements, we work then with the other partners. I think we can integrate them into our curriculum and coursework, and they can integrate us into how we actually transform their business or their department or the UN system itself. And this is very much what the Summit of the Future is about in September. I do have an online course on revitalizing multilateralism for a sustainable future, which is really preparation for the Summit of the Future. But it does tease out a little bit about how you could change governance at the UN, how we could change financing models, how we can make institutions like governments or corporates or even universities more interoperable with each other in terms of sustainable development. and so on. So so with that, I really think we're going to start seeing PhD programs even being that little bit more interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary, embedding a lot more technology and partnerships across the world and partnerships between the different stakeholders. I think that is really going to be the future. But I'll leave it to you guys to discuss that. And of course, you're already creating that future because you probably are in roles where you're already doing this. So I'll stop here. And again, I'm very grateful for the invitation. And we will continue our partnership. I'm very happy to work with the University of Ibadan and the Centre for Sustained Development. It's, as I say, a very important founding partner of SDSN. And I look forward to working with that centre and everyone linked to that centre as we move forward into 2030 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this insightful national share results. We so much appreciate and we're really grateful for the time you spent with us. Thank you very much for the time you spent with us this morning. So much appreciate this lecture which you mentioned. Like we get into improve on stakeholder engagement and the aspect of financing education. And one of the very time is that we define it and we get into protect the mother care. And what's really open to each and every participant, both virtual and online and on site, to ask questions. So please, if you are online and you have a question, you kindly raise your hand or you drop in the comment section. And to those of us standing present and seated with our beautiful attire and wearing that and this is fine. Please, you can also raise your hand if you have a question for Professor Patrick before he leaves the call. So do we have anybody online that has a question? Okay, there is a question here. Dr. Please, we appreciate you take your question first.
Prof, thank you very much for the lecture. My question is, when you mentioned digital consent that could be verified and transferred to maybe locations that are excluded, at this aspect, will you be open to partnership maybe with the alumni association where we can, from time to time, bring you in, just like 5 minutes section during our platform, and then we'll talk with you and some other professionals who are also in line, just for the purpose of scaling knowledge. Thank you, sir.
All right. You can get to respond to that for us.
So, unfortunately, I don't hear the mic so clearly. I think what the professor was talking about is the ability online, but even if you're doing day courses, to bring practitioners and people from government and the UN into the classroom in a more regular basis and to refocus your homeworks and your projects into the work of these entities, particularly if they've consulted the processes on their strategic planning and so on. I think that was the nature of the question. If it wasn't, Emmanuel, you can say it again or just put it into the chat here because I didn't hear it exactly. But that's, yeah, so that's, I think, was one of the key lessons. And just to tell you, even the origin of the MDP, okay, so where did it come from? So Kofi Annan, Jeffrey Sachs was working for Kofi Annan, and he had hired Chandrika, Guillaume, and John MacArthur, and they were working in the MDG project, as it was called in the UN. And Sachs was actually very busy in some sense, but he did have to teach. He's a university professor. So we had this course, which we now know is the Global Classroom, but he had this course where it was always on early morning on a Tuesday at 8 o'clock. But he found himself, rather than teaching the course, he was inviting his visitors. So if we had heads of state, or he had important meetings with the Secretary General or with other people, he'd actually invite them into the classroom, and the discussions with the students were turbocharged in so many ways, right? So this sort of science policy practice interface started to happen in the classroom. Then he got the idea, like, why don't we transmit this out? Like, why are we just doing it in Columbia University, you know, kind of it's kind of a high fee university. And this is where I started to work with Sachs, where we were using Adobe at the time and phone lines, but we started to, on about 20 locations around the world, broadcasting out those conversations in the classroom with, you know, the policy and practitioner folks. But it was led by, you know, by theory and by the academic side or the science side or the economic side. But that's when we started to do in 2008 the global classroom, which still exists today and starts next week, where we get academics speaking on economic, societal, environmental, and governance issues, but then we get practitioners, our policy folks, also coming into the classroom, and we can have this two-way, if you like, dialogue between science policy and practice. But that can happen in a hybrid setting or an in-person setting as well, where you bring people in for a dialogue. And in a sense, that's what's happening today with me, is I'm able to join you in your celebrations of the alumni in a way that maybe we couldn't have done so easily, 10 years ago. But that's the essence of, and then, like, for example, when we're doing our projects, then we would allow co-supervision with practitioners and policy people, so that when a person is doing their capstone or project or even homeworks for different modules or courses, they would get co-supervised with practitioners and policy folks. Now, at the end of the day, it would have to be an officer of the university overseeing the homework and correcting the homework. Having a PhD, I mean, the professor matters, but at the same time, it's just to translate ideas in academic work and in science to get them faster into policy and practice, particularly during periods of transition and transformation. And hopefully I got the question right. If I didn't, come up and ask it again, and I'll listen carefully, or Emmanuel can put it in the chat. It's just the mic recording. I don't hear the mic so well on the Zoom call.
And really appreciate the work you do, and also the great work which Professor do, and the entire work Sustainable Development Solutions Network are doing to accelerate their cities globally. I don't know if there is any other question. If you have any other person that has a question on site or online to our participants during virtually, please, if you have a question for Professor Paul, you can take a question before we move to the next section for today. If there is any question, okay. And I believe it's been a very insightful session so far, and we sincerely appreciate esteemed guest of all of this. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing thoughts on the subject and for our sharing from a wealth of knowledge and experience, and we believe that everything you said this morning is going to remain with us forever. But before you go, I'd like to take a group photograph with you, and we are starting with those who are online, and for each and everyone online that you can see me, we need to hold on your camera. And we're going to take a group photograph before you finish the call. And those of us who are on site also are going to be having a group photograph. Then we move to the meet and greet session. Okay, to those of us that are online, I want to see me and ensure that our cameras are on, while the technical team are going to ensure that we have a group photograph. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Ola-Olowoyo, Mr. Sunday, can you just put on the camera for a bit? Mr. Ola-Olowoyo, can you? Okay, amazing. I can see our own coach, Dr. Lawan, like, let's celebrate the once again. Let's celebrate. And I'm about to recognize the presence of our own Monday, stepping morning and great event of that one of staff of students and great event. I don't report to again to make it as this event respond. Thank you, Madam Kamina. I can see a beautiful face. Mr. Conde, you can do well and on your camera. Also, Mr. Olu, Shola, Follow, Mr. Ola-Olowoyo, that can do well and on your camera. Somebody also on your camera. Let's see your beautiful faces. While we take a photograph with amazing. Dr. Lightning, I hope you saw your camera. I understand that you're seeing. Yeah, but it's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. For those of us online, so we just going to take that photograph and yeah. So I think we should also include those of us that are outside so that everyone plays. Maybe I do that so you just that and let's see that every audience. So after which we will be adding an introduction and this and this. Okay, all right, awesome. I can see grandma is missing out in that week. Maybe move back a bit so that I can capture it and everyone. Amazing. Okay, all right. Are we going to do photograph? Coach, yeah, we saw you coach, you like this experience of the support. Dr. Lamini, we're glad to see your beautiful face again. Sharing this. I know this is going to remember us forever. And yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. All right. All right, thank you for so great to see your interest one day, and we look forward to a wonderful engagement for that. So going forward into this reunion ceremony, we are just going to have a brief introduction, and I know we are not too like to know each other, or we are not too long to also connect with each other. Okay, I would like to keep us all watch on the community because some other activities for the day which we want to work on, and we sincerely appreciate on behalf of the leadership and management of Center for Sustainable Development and also the executive of alumni. So much appreciate the presence, so much appreciate the time of this body, and we hope to have your engagement and leadership and support across board. Thank you, please let's celebrate. Before. But you have the one pause for the people, you have the policy because, right? Yeah. Okay, I need to be sure. I think I wants to say something. I need to be very sure. Yes. Hello, Prof.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't hear you very clearly on the mic. Hopefully, you're hearing me well. But I guess I'm going to go now. But I wish you all the best in your deliberations, and it's great to have the alumni and the people together helping each other. And hopefully you can be part of the SDG Academy alumni as well, and SDSN. And, you know, we'll certainly look forward to the future and all the cooperation. As I said before, SDSN and SDG Academy's journey has been the journey of the Centre for Sustainable Development in the University of Ibadan. So let's hopefully we prosper and we go and we have more cooperation going forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Thank you so much. And we look forward to further engagements. We appreciate you, sir. So moving on with today's session, we are just going to be doing a very short introduction, and we'd like to start with those of us that are online, and you have to tell us your name, the course which you are joining from, and we'd like to meet you. I know we have like 4 different people that are joining online. So please, we'd like to meet you briefly. You tell us your name, and you tell us your departments. Maybe you are from NDP, and I'm already looking forward to meet the course one. I know that we have some amazing course one in our midst now. We also have course in our midst. Please, let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate them. We are the Alpha Center. So, and I know that we also have people from different courses. So, want to know the unit which you have, and also the course which you're joining from. But before we start with the first person, where the technical team are going to guide us with the names, please, I would like to bring to the high table in person of Dr. Akonde, who is representing the director of the Center for Sustainable Development. Please, let's celebrate him at the front hall. Thank you very much for coming around, sir. We sincerely appreciate your presence. So, just in 30 seconds, we will not take too much of our time. I'm going to be starting with Mr. Ola-Olowoyo, and we just unmute your mind. We want to know you, we want to know the course you are going from, and we also want to know your departments. All right, Mr. Ola-Olowoyo, please unmute your mind and introduce yourself. All right. Mr. Ola-Olowoyo, please, you can unmute your mic and introduce yourself. At me, can you grant him access to introduce someone on his mic? You can unmute yourself now, Mr. Ola-Olowoyo. Okay, Mr. Ola-Olowoyo, if you are there, you can unmute your mic and introduce yourself, Mr. Ola-Olowoyo.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, great family of CESDEV. I'm happy to join this amazing occasion online, all the way from Ilorin, Kwara State, Nigeria. I am Ola-Olowoyo. I represent Tourism and Development 2014-2015 SETS MSc program. I'm happy to be here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let's celebrate Mr. Ola-Olowoyo. We are glad to meet you. And we also have Mrs. Pamela Olaide. Can you please unmute your mic and introduce yourself? Thank you very much, ma'am. It's good to have you on this call this morning. And those of us on side, please be prepared to introduce yourself as well. You can unmute your mic now.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Pamela Olaide is my name, MDP1. It's nice to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's celebrate. I'm waiting to meet some special and amazing people. And it's not all of those top fellows. Let's celebrate. Thank you so much for joining. Mr. Sunday Yusuf, will you be available to introduce yourself now? Mr. Sunday Yusuf, kindly unmute your mic and introduce yourself. Mr. Sunday Yusuf, kindly unmute your mic and introduce yourself. We'd like to meet you, your cohort, where you're joining from, your name, and your departments. Okay, without taking much of our time, we'd like to go to those of us that are on site. And I hope we can make this very, very brief and straight away to the point. And while we're going to be inviting Dr. Akonde, sharing his good news message with us as well. But I'm going to have my brand, and for each and every one of us, we get to introduce ourselves. And I'm going to start with our grandma here. Is that the great? That's a great.
My name is without and
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ola-Olowoyo. I'm known for us, and that is
Good morning, everyone. It's really good morning, everyone. My name is Tomo. I represent was. My name is Shakira. I'm this for 9.
morning, everyone. Any important let me begin first. Good morning, attended by 410.
Let's celebrate everyone. And my name is Ola-Olowoyo. My name was start sustaining development practice as well. It's good to see our and thank you all for joining. And I think and get to front office and we'll get to connect better. So I'm just give an introduction. There are 2 gentlemen that just came in now, and one is Navada, so I'm going to find him. And another person who must not miss introduction. Introductions, I'd like to meet you.
my name is Dr. Chris. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, it's fine. Let's meet slowly. What's your great point and the department?
Elijah.
Yeah, it's so amazing to connect with spiritual interaction because I always say that there is no one that comes to send them as not change makers. I mean, they are big people and they are rituals and making great impacts. We sincerely appreciate you all and we appreciate the great work you do. And this morning, we are still going to be having a panel session, which is going to be very, very engaging, and every one of us can get to celebrate and we can get to learn from each other. Because, like the said, we have a lot of people right away from course 1, course 2, course 3 that have so much done a lot of great and amazing things across the world and have different experience, and they can get to share from their knowledge and they can get to share from past experience and engagement across the world. But before we have our panel, this is coming on board, please join me in the welcome and they are still going to be giving on the short message. And please let's celebrate
Thank you. I'm not celebrating it. I'm celebrating for SOG. Now I'm going to say who you are for today's tourism development program. I got a message from the HOD yesterday. The last thing I took, I should come here. So I usually just a lot of things. Sorry for calling it. It's our joy to see you again. It's our joy to have a house where everybody come back again. And I want to tell you that now I tell you to see that you are in that thing of peace. First, the current information I want to give you is that we are so much interested in an online body. To the extent that there was a vacancy in this place, and one of the alumni applied and he's been appointed as a lecturer with so it's our joy because we believe we can build this place together. And we are still reaching out to some of you. If you have anything to offer us as a center, let us come together. I've been here for the past 5 years, and it's very sincerely, I've not been seeing the hands of the alumni. I came from the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. I know what the alumni or what they are doing there. You read the news recently, somebody just donated $1 million to the College of Medicine. So I want to challenge you that whatever you are doing, wherever you are, use your links, use your connection, use your influence to promote this. This is your family house, every family house, and you have been far away. The other aspect is that I want to inform you, if it's possible, we have a place we can give you here to have an online office. And then we are that will be just constantly. You can see Dr. Chris Ibinake going in and out. He's a very busy person. And all of you are very busy. And I will read that in your activities. I have joined a couple of your meetings and so that I bring you together sometimes difficult. Not because the guys are not here, because you have social commitments. But it's very important to do us a lot of good. You are able to get maybe a copper IT that you will be paying, a monthly basis, will be able to coordinate all the activities together. The other aspect is that if you have any projects that you can bring to this place, we have enough rooms, opportunities. If you have an NGO that you think we can coordinate with you, you can use this place as your address. Mr. Dr. is there. He's enjoying this place. And although he's enjoying this place, so if you have your NGO and the people where they ask to do with development, bring them here. We are trying to create a hub where activities, like you can always get space, connection, you can do things that can do things better for you. And thank God, we have partners in the house. We have Professor Lama, we have Professor Lani, Professor Sukimo, and a whole lot of researchers, international people that can assist you. Before you go, I want us to do something. You will tell what you are doing to someone. My own expectation is that after leaving this place, some of you have learned from years. You should have something about doing apart from collecting salary. You should have an NGO, you should have a business or whatever. So before we leave today, maybe we will think of what can we do with you? You will get your address and wherever you need to support you. I'm not talking in terms of Naira top members past them. Connections are better than this. Some of you are all there in Abuja, you are collecting this grant is coming out and this and that. And before you know what is happening, this alumni body will be doing well. Many people are not here, I'm sorry to say, because they actually have not seen what they start to benefit. Just believe that and I paid 20,000, 300,000. This money is bigger than that. I wish you happy celebration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akonde. Thank you for that, child. Sincerely appreciate you, and we appreciate all the entire management of CESDEV is doing, and we hope that you drive it and showing impact. So before we move to panel session this morning, I know that we also need to have a tea break, and while we are seated, we just have to be simultaneous, and we are not going to take much of our time. But beyond that, we are going to see our 8 p.m. after this panel session, whereby the executives are going to report of what they did last month here, and we also have our lecturer, our INEC. We are also going to be conducting the election proper, and also, yeah, is that the great that we work with the NSC. And what we want that somebody is involved with the application of the seats, and we can move this up. So, but before that, I just want to do yes, we can move this up. Before that, I want to take off the movie, and the simple question that I want to ask everyone today, because definitely we have experience with what we have different engagements, which we experience from our state sector. But I'm going to start with the Alpha House. Yeah. You're going to tell us your most memorable experience while you were a student in CESDEV. So then those of us that are online, those of us that are online, you're also going to tell us this. You're going to tell us your memorable experience. Madam Pamela, I'm still coming to you, and yeah, I'm still coming to you. You're going to tell us your memorable because I just told this Alpha how they they are really pretty special people. And we hope that the next we are going to have all of you. Whatever country you are coming from, we are going to have all of you. So you are going to tell us your most memorable experience. And I feel it's better that you can come here. So please, let me celebrate my memory and come forward and share with us our most memorable experience. Then I'm also going to work on grammar. I call that grammar holidays. Yeah. These are really relevant. Then I man with the with $100. So come forward as you have somebody away. Yeah. You can come and stay here. You want to see your Facebook page, tell us your Muslim. Tell us as well, amazing. I think it's only person representing tourism here. Please get celebrating as we come forward. Yes, celebrating. Let's celebrate him for not the past years here. Thank you. Thank you. So, all right. Okay. So, they are going to share with us their most memorable experience. Because we have some people that are still undergoing their program here because there is a need for them to also learn. You know, I always say that the best experience that one can learn is people's experience, positive, not negative. Even the negative one will help you to learn better. Definitely. So I'm going to start with Aqua. All right. Then I'll come to my Pamela as well.
Thank you. Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
The most memorable. My God, I can't even remember. I can't even remember everything. Maybe. But I'm talking about I can remember it. So it's this is yes. And we had this trip. I think we went to Ghana. Yes, we went to Ghana. And yes, we went to University of Ghana. I think that was perhaps one of the most memorable because it was there. The Superpolar was the director, and the Solani coordinator of it. Yes, I remember that there was no big. There was a way they handled relationship with us as students. It made us see the role that we were playing in the world of development, even though we were still learning. And that left a huge mark. So even now, when I'm working and people are joining, I tell them, these things, look at me. You know, there's just that mind shift that is what just happening. So when we went there, we started with professors and started with, we brought our ideas today. And they allowed it. And I think that was remarkable. And from what I come out now, I believe that, you know, things must get better for. And so even to the present people in charge, those were great things. I think should fight and I think should continue. And I'm also challenging the alumni. One of the reasons why I decided to sort of be a part. One of the reasons why I decided to be a part of the alumni was because I felt that we had so many graduates from this program joining the program. And I don't know how we act. And I feel that that needs to change. Because my friends were the best. We had that remarkable opportunity to be part of creating a program because we created. But we helped them create. So I think that there's been a lot of creating that has happened over the past 10, 11, 12 years, such that we should be feeling the difference, you know? So it's just a challenge for everyone. Let's bring from the wealth of experience and the wealth of knowledge, the experience in this, and solve this. There's no reason why we are not part of decision makers in Nigeria. There's too much at stake. And it's time for us to sort of get
Yeah, so you're gonna stay with us. So, go to grandma. Going to start. I'm going to give you the mic. We share with us just in 90 seconds. The most memorable experience. Thank you very much for this question. I don't know how to put everything together in 90 seconds. But let me start by saying that I came from the State University, and then there was something that happened in class when they asked a question from the lecturer, and the way he responded to me appeared as if he was attacking me. We're discussing different categories of content and where they belong. Developed, underdeveloped, developing, new, visualized, and enhanced that. Will Nigeria in the next 100 years move from underdeveloped to developed? I said, no, it's not possible. Yeah. And was attacking me. They came to me after the class and said, careful. But when I got to CESDEV, I saw things different. You interact with professors. In fact, my most memorable moment was the few trips that we had, where they said that I went to Ethiopia. Professor sitting together, eating on the same table, they interacted with us as if we're friends. So they gave us this opportunity to interact with them, to learn from them. We went to National Park, we went to Tokyo, Shaki, and then we were all together, and then the love with which they received us gave us this sense of belonging. Okay, now we are part of this family, and I tell you, since then, consciousness of creating or being part of sustainable development has never left us. We remember them and see how they handled us. Then, an amazing experience. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If the last reports were here to get those that you expect for your trip, they were like, oh, how did you act? But it's very good. Please, we really celebrate you. So, Grandma, over to you. We'd like to hear you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I joined this space after working as a teacher for 35 years and retiring. It was shortly after retirement that I joined. So everything just looked very straight. Every day was memory. Everything was different. As an old school woman, I was always on paper and pen. Now I have to be on computer, on everything, and I saw everything very different. I got to learn about climate, I got to learn about geography, everything, just learning about the book. But I also want to say something about the interaction of the lecturers. I remember learning. I can remember that was unfortunately COVID caught up with us. We were reset. We were 2018, 2019. And COVID caught up. We had to stay at home. So it was so long. In fact, I was almost forgetting about, but because of the way those people handled us, and maybe because of the word sustainability, so I had to keep speaking to myself that this thing must be sustainable, and I must see the end of it. Thank God for able to see the end of it. We also had some field trips, and that is why I am also part of this, and I cannot just withdraw like that.
Thank you so much. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I came in 2013, 2014. So come from science, came from science, agricultural science. Most of our exposures and experiences were in either in the lab or on the farm. When I had the opportunity to come here, it was a fresh start for me. It was something fantastic and interesting because the set of courses, the new set of exposures and knowledge were very, very imposing, and it became so interesting. By then, I already got bored with science. I tell everybody around that, don't you, I want to continue with master's program in science. So it was a fresh opportunity for me to start. So I picked up the form and we started the class. The likes of Professor Aremu, still collectively the way he pronounces his words, Dr. Laide, Professor Alabi from my college. These are fantastic individuals who were not, who didn't consider us to be nobody. They gave us opportunity to express ourselves, came down to our level. Honestly, they did all they could to allow us to get into this experience. And then the word sustainability for me, I fell in love with it. It came to a point in time that the mentee, had to demand that what's all about this sustainable development. Because almost every point I talk about it. And even after we left the very scene, I didn't do anything about it because I didn't have any exposure or any opportunity to explore. But these experiences, started haunting me so much more that I needed to come back. And then I remember the field trip we had, Shaki. Professor Lanio was there. We went to Oyo National Park, went to Tede, we went to some other places. Those were moments that were remarkable. We had the opportunity to feel the need. We see the gaps all around. We see areas that we really need to heal and do something. So we were exposed to all of these gaps. Then areas that we could come in and do something. Then we came back to class, we reflected on some of these things. We came back with notes, and then after graduation, you look back at some of these things and then you feel there is so much you can do. You don't want to let go of this exposure. These are remarkable moments in my life as far as self-service.
Let's celebrate everyone. Let's celebrate everyone as we go back to their seats. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing with us your remarkable and incredible experience. Without leaving anyone behind, I'm still going to acknowledge Madam Pamela Olaide to please open her mic. Just in 90 seconds, we'd like you to share with us your remember experience. While we get to move to the panel session, I'm going to be introducing Kennedy Adebayo, who is going to be coordinating the panel session. But before then, Madam Pamela, please, you can share with us your most memorable experience.
Thank you very much. Right now I'm in transit, so I will not be able to use the video.
Just a minute. Okay, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me, please? Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you, ma.
Okay, thank you very much. It was actually a wonderful experience. MVP1, as I've said earlier, I saw my colleague Morimi, then Onobolu, now Adeleye. We're actually in the same group assignments, and so she assisted me very well then because I was pregnant. Along the line, I gave birth to a baby girl. And I also remembered when we went for our field work to Ghana. It was a wonderful reunion to meet other members of my family when we got there. So Professor Pupola went with us, Professor Lani, and they came to our level. You won't even know that they are professors then because they just accepted us the way we are. And I remember Professor Pupola gave us titles. We have Akogun, Balogun, Yalode, and co. I think he actually gave me Yalode. And so we reacted well. We interacted well. They really assisted us to do a lot of things. And I also remembered a course that we did in epidemiology, communicable disease and epidemiology. It actually helped me then with my condition. I was able to learn a lot from Professor Manowa then and Professor, I've forgotten her name now. But I was able to learn a lot from them health-wise because of my condition then. So I really enjoyed it. I met a lot of other people because before I came for that program, I had actually worked with an NGO that is into the affairs of women. So along the line, it was Professor Janice Ola-Olowoyo that supervised me. So I came up with the ideas and I had then, and she actually assisted me to do a lot of things, gave me information about, how to go about my thesis because it's something that is gender related. So it was a very wonderful experience passing through CESDEV. And I give God all the glory for everything being MDP1 cohort. Thank you very much.
And my most memorable experience will be recent recent history. We had the opportunity to go to Lekki Deep Sea for travel. Travel to Ghana. Try for our bonds going to be enough. But eventually because as we work hard. So I remember we let me see for the Lagos Free Zone. They're very interesting places to be. Thank you very much. So it's now time for our panel session. And I am Kenya Adebayo from Hotel. And I would like to bring forward our very own chairman of CESDEV alumni. Thank you. Dr. Chris Binaki and Maureen Adele, please. Everybody welcome. With traffic location. Each time I see Mrs. Maureen, I feel like, how on earth can she be one of the first in the first set? I mean, she doesn't look like my colleague. And can you introduce yourselves? Tell us what you do, the organizations you work, and what we need to know about you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Chris.
Thank you. My name is Maureen Adele. I work in consulting for called where we work with startups and we help them speak with every business that you see that they not started as a small business, but somehow they been able to scale. So our goal right now is to ensure that Nigerian business scale. That's what I do. I also run the school. In higher for the education college. Are we giving a round of applause? So earlier today, Professor Patrick Walsh gave us a fantastic lecture on becoming relevant as a sustainable development practitioner. I want you to share your experiences and your perspective on how you have walked yourself through and becoming a relevant practitioner so far in your journey. Okay, so the question is, what I've done so far as a development practitioner? My perspective was saying that I think that the first thing I'd like to share, number one, who is a development practitioner? Because oftentimes I get the sense that everything was going on. I think this was strong that I was able to get Dr. Amade said, oh, that they are issues and issues and issues. That's the alpha and omega. Who is a development practitioner? What was the things that I knew a development practitioner did? They change it. You find something wrong with the site. You fix it because you have all the technical know-how and the human capability, and you have a good place to be able to fix something. So I think that what is important in being relevant as a development practitioner is finding that area of niche where you have the solution for. And for me, working, that has been my goal and my perspective. So immediately after we graduated here, I worked with an organization that focuses on women. It's called Women in Management. I worked with them. And I went there because I knew that I wanted to do something in core development. I knew that I wanted to work with women. I knew that I had a passion for business. And I knew that there was a need for me to gain some experience and network to secure the future. So I went there. After women, I came back to Ibadan. I got married. I started the refuge firm school. And then I worked with my husband to build things. And so far, my journey has been, there are areas of in business, there is a need. Many Nigerian businesses are not living up to their capabilities. And there are so many excuses, the environment, the economy, etc. But for me, it is what else can you do? There are so many problems to solve. And you can make money solving it. So why not find that problem and solve it and make your objective money solve? And then there was the piece of how do we solve the problem of unemployment? Employment is a big deal, not because there are no jobs, but somehow people that have what it takes to get a job don't know how to get jobs. Many people that shouldn't be getting jobs are the ones that are finding their ways to get it. How do we solve that? We created this rule to solve that. So at the end of the day, development is finding your niche, finding the problem and solving it.
Right. It's always very good to listen to Heather. And what a coincidence. She's actually in clause 1 and I'm in clause 2. I never knew that they are this close. It was the way she started introducing itself. We were in the center, I went to Japan. Went to Japan and just picking up from there, I'll come to your question. And one of the things that stands out across all the alumni, why we give it feedback, is this touch of relationship. And the relationship is specifically the one that exists between the lecturers and the student. Such a way that it ignited something or started something in them that made them feel that they are part of the more bigger scene. And for me, it is really great, and that's one of the message I will want the next presenting to pick up. How do we find this aim of relationship such that it can become so big for us to drive the development of this country? Coming to what it is we asked, then how far has it been? And Madam Warren has stated most of it. First thing is that you have to find your purpose. It's very key. And that leads to the issue of finding your niche, the area where you think you can fit. While coming here, I would say mine was more of an accident. But I understood I was going to be into leadership, and leadership in all essence of trying to change things. I was a bit frustrated with where things were going, and I thought maybe I should get some knowledge. I was only working. So I came to UI and then fast forward, said, no, there's no course on strategy. I was looking, I said, okay, get the other thing about leadership. There's one thing about the there are people inside the school that they say that they get there. So she gave me the address. And I was sitting next to Dr. Wale, and I'm sure it's in line, if it's not lying now, I'm sure. He was the person I met. So that kind of because I thought you hadn't had everything. So he said, yeah, what do you want? I said, leadership, this is the right place. And then started. And when we were on, there's one story that was Lanyon told that stuck with me very well. It's about these development guys, I call themselves development guys, went to a village to provide or give a need assessment. So when they finished, they saw that the villagers will have to travel several distance to get water. So in their mind, access to water was a problem. So they built a bubble in the house of the village king, which was just the name of it. 1 year after, they came back to do a impact study on the farmers. Only for them to find out that nobody was using the bubble. They were kind of infuriated. So they decided to ask why. So their study found out that the villagers were still going to where they were fetching water. And they asked why. They said, averagely, every family here is about 6. And we live in a room. The only time that they are mommy have time for themselves is when the children travel that far to go and get water. So, water was not our problem. Very simple as this they say, shows up so many questions. The way we've been going about development. Sometimes we've not even until I came. Many of these guys tend to say, or describe a problem from their own perception without even listening to you. Leaders will think that building roads will solve the problem without talking to the people. Leaders will think that maybe just come up with things because for them, they should think for you. And that's most of the issues we still have. I'm a very practical person. The idea of Abuja solution for the Leopold problem doesn't fit because the contents are different. So the program made me to say that no matter how you think you're specialized, you need to listen to the people. You need to do the need analysis. They need to be part of a solution for it to be sustainable. That was one thing that struck me. And then I left that place, listening to Brostolani again, about a woman that used to give him the head of fish. And he was very annoyed, thinking that why would you give me the head of fish? And then he made up his mind that because he doesn't have money, because he was always visiting the woman's shop with his elder brother who pays for everything. And then the woman, that kind of had a pity, just take the head of fish. He was angry. But because he was younger to the woman, he couldn't express his frustration until he was grown, went to school, had his money, and he came back to the village. And I went to the woman's shop. At least today, I will see whether you will give me. So the woman welcomed him again. He said, without asking, went to the kitchen and brought the same head of fish pepper soup. At this time, it was integrated. And then he asked the woman, what nonsense is this? When I had no money, we gave me head of fish 10 years ago. Now I want to pay, and you're still giving me head of fish. And the woman shook her head and said, my son, head of fish is what many men will kill themselves for, and I resent it. I wasn't giving you head of fish because you were small then, but because I saw something in you that you were responsible. And that you could wash your hands with the elders. That was what I was giving you. But the head of fish is the best part of my kitchen. How beautiful and how well this may be shows up another thing in communication. Sometimes we think we are thinking, we think we are talking, but the message is not clear. How do we listen to people in such a way that their voices are heard? I'm happy Professor Walsh talked about governance and integration of people into the process. If we are only, again, Nigerian issues, we can talk about it, but this is a global platform for which I know many of us across the world are part of it. What we need to solve the country's problem is a homegrown solution, driven by the people born in our context, to drive the kind of development that we will be proud of. And those are some of the things that I would say that CESDEV and the program had made me feel so kind of proud about. We traveled around the country. We saw a lot of development issues. And in my workplace, talking about the leadership that helped me so much. I was more of a one-sided leader. When I say one-sided, I'm not different from many guys until I came here. We were driven by problems. And one of the things we talked about is key performance indicators. And if you're in the business, like if you're in government, you talk about GDP, you talk about, and then in business profit. But when I came to NDP, I realized that there were more things to business. There were more things to development than just driving the numbers. For example, it put me from a business leader to a community leader. And that helps me in my own family, in the local church, in the business environment. Because why? If the child is not doing well, it's not just the fault of the teacher. Maybe the child doesn't have good nutrition at all. Maybe the child doesn't sleep well. What about the living condition of this child? So it's not enough to fire the teacher. If someone is not doing well, would it mean that there are emotional problems that this person could be facing beyond what the office pays? provide the right language to describe. And then going to the community, a whole lot of them helping me was on the policy side, and I'm sure that trying to kill me if I want to keep reading. But it's been a blessing being here, and I'm hoping that all our alumni group members on the platform, they can also relate with their purpose. And you know, it's something to have purpose and flame, but keeping that flame alive. Let's do something like Madam Moremi had done, and then let's keep the development us forward. Thank you.
So we know that being a development practitioner is just solving a problem, identifying a problem, and creating a solution for that problem. My very next question would be, as a development practitioner, now, Ms. Mary mentioned a couple of things that she has been involved in, NGO, school, and all. Please, how, especially for people like us that are just going into the world of development practices, how do you manage time? Yes, how do you manage time and fixing all this together? So I'm going to allow Chris to go first.
All right, thank you very much. Time management is a crucial one of any leader, because the more you grow in the corporate ladder or even in the career of leadership, the more there are more things to be done. But it's just about setting a priority. The priorities will have to come when we talk about time management framework. It's for you to look around you. There are always small things in our life. And those small things fall into a very poor quadrant. Don't mind me, I'm still in mind, so I think like in terms of structure. Okay. So apology for that. I just wanted to say that I'm more of a structural person. Okay. If you have your pen and paper in front of you, and you try to draw maybe a rectangle and divide it into 4. Inside that rectangle, the average human life, in terms of activities, you can put them in. I give you the instances. The first one would be there are important things and they are not urgent. Important things like going to gym or taking your fitness serious, maybe going for medical checkup. You understand the patient. Things, they are important, but they are not urgent. Now, the other side will be they are urgent and they are important. Urgent and important, I could describe like one of the story that was told about the young man who came taking candy. Everyone kept telling him that, hey man, you're going to die of diabetes in the weight and all that. He wouldn't listen until he was overweight and he was diagnosed, and the doctor told him, my friend, you have less than a year to live based on your consumption level. You don't change. But if you change, things will reverse. This guy became taking his health seriously, reducing candy and a whole lot. He would have cut down on some of those things, but he waited until it was urgent and it was very. There are other things that are like maybe the other model. It is not urgent. It is not important. Not urgent, not important. And then the other one is not important, but very urgent. Someone rush into your home, very loud, you apply the schedule for the day, you rush in and say, oh, there's another one back to my friend, you must go with me. You plan your budget, somebody don't for you, you must actually be for our church program. And then the kids are going back to school the next month, like September for parents now. And then there are people who jump on some of those things. It's very important. I mean, based on the classification. On mine. So, when you look at this four programs, fundraiser, as a leader, you must learn to do things that are important before they become urgent. That way, you You'll be in charge of your time. If you wait for things that are urgent to become important, you will always be a firefighter. Those are the guys who will not pray until timetable is out. They won't read for exam until timetable is out. They have friends like that. 1 month for exam, they say they will shift you. Don't worry, they will shift you. Now, timetable comes out, and they start taking further. Some of them will even pass. So, don't wait for important things in your life to be urgent. Now, for things that are not important, not urgent, it's very easy. Don't do them. Remove them. They are not important. They are not urgent. So, of us don't know the time we spend on Facebook or WhatsApp or some other things. Asking myself, does it pay bills to solve on it? Except you're a content creator. And people don't know. There's this one I'm also saying, again, forgive me, maybe because I'm old school. I just can't do that. I was into the office. Somebody is having security guy. What happened? He's tapping. Oh, I don't know. We don't open the gate. Okay, you don't understand. They say we will tap and win. Keep that. So I'm saying, you might not understand it. Our life is measured in seconds. Every time you don't invest, you waste it. And before you know it, time is fast. So you don't need to spend your time on things that are not important and not urgent. Then the things that are not important but urgent, like someone calling you up, I don't want to, you know them based on your priority. My friend, align your priorities and learn to say no. And that's one of the most important things, which I learned very early. That the one way to fail is to say yes to everybody. That's one way, express way to fail. You must be courageous enough to say, oh, sorry, I would have loved to do this, but I don't have the time now. Please can wait. Because if you don't do that, you're going to die of exhaustion as a leader. You're going to die. And then the other thing I want to say, aside from this box, sorry, man, I hope I'm not taking too much time, is that there's a Pareto principle. I'm sure you've heard it. It's very simple. 80% of what you do accounts for 20% of your resources. And 20% of what you do accounts for 80% of your resources. These scientists were done long ago. I mean, these findings were done long ago. I'm telling you, sit down. Look at 80% of the things you do. I don't spend my time, or if you want to manage your time, I'm in charge. Spend 80% of your time on that 20% of what you need your resources. And I must also say there are things that are important. Your health is important. Please, for me, I must say this, particularly in the developing world, don't be too a Superman that you take your wife to the hospital for a checkup and remain in the car. Get out of the car. Go for your checkup. Don't be that guy who classified vacation as luxury. Take out time to smell the fresh air. Speak to your wife. Please. Please. It's very, very, very important. And lastly, it's about relationship building. Everything in life is zero relationship. If you have money, loneliness is one thing you don't want. And not money can buy it. Because people can pick you up. All right? And have time to think about the legacy you want to leave. All right? Thank you very much.
So Chris talked about priorities. I'm not also going to add it to make sure you do your priorities. But also, I think I should mention this. Life is a business. Life is a business. And different phases of our lives require different attention priorities. This is what I mean. There is a phase, right, where your priority should be, I want to get money, get money, get money. It's a phase. There's another phase where it might look like there is nothing happening. But that time is a time to build, develop capacity, get yourself together such that when you rush out home, you have the capacity to handle it and you are able to get results when that time. So I think that the managing time, especially for women, we have spoken to men. So men, the second thing holidays as not true. We women, I'm sure the woman here will tell you everything is not true. Telling you, especially women, our lives are in phases. There's a tendency to think at a particular phase that you are losing out of what. There is that huge thing. I know men are also under that pressure. Maybe they don't show. But for women, it's very real. Especially when you start having families and you start having children. There is a huge tendency to feel that you are losing out. I'm here to tell you today that it's just you are not losing. This is your time. You will recover the time. So only if you recognize that it's the phase and you do what needs to be done in that space. In that space that you cannot be jumping about, why can't you build capacity and get your brain working? As you are sorting out your children, they are learning planning skills. They are building essential education skills. When they are getting older, let them wash it. You sit down with it's wisdom. So importantly, prioritize your time. There's something with the foundation that if you ask her that what is most important to us, she can't answer that question. Just say this is what is important. No. At that point in time, depending on the phase of life I am in, what is important to me then? What is important today? I must be important tomorrow. So you must be able to learn what is important for time. And I think that that's the skill that we all need, especially if we plan to access. You know that sustainable development, say, is building the future to be staying long. The marathon. It is not a sprint. If you know that your legacy is going to pass, what you are doing, you are building to pass. Recognize that life is basic and be at peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have learned a lot from both the four paragraphs for setting priorities. And he said something that strikes a chord in my mind is doing the things that are important before they become urgent. That's like very profound because if I start running step for doing the right things, but done them before they become deadline. Yes, they will not become urgent, and I'll just done them while they were important, and then your health. That one too. Especially what I just I want to do this, I want to learn this up, I want to present, I want to but I'm just thank you very much for those impactful words. So lastly, I want to ask you for your advice to us, upcoming students. I think we have a present quote miss right now. I'm not sure if we have some of the new students. So I want to ask for your advice for us. What do you want to tell us? Anything. I know that Dr. Peace, we have plenty stories. Tell us stories. So your advice to us, what do you think we should know? What as we aspire to become better people, what do you want to tell us? I want Mrs. Remy to start the first of the stories.
So advice to upcoming people. I will touch on them, but I think it's best address people. But we are once here and close on. And for me, the key thing I would say is also Chris has mentioned in the past too. As development practitioners, let's learn to build relationships. Networking is everything. Honestly, networking is everything. There's not saying that your network is your network. There are certain doors that will open because of the people. And it's not because we are bribing people. But networking is everything, especially as we advance in our career, in our profession. We need people.
And in networking, it's also essential to recognize the different categories of people that we network. There are people that have gone ahead of us. Everybody, regardless of the stage we are in life, there are people that have gone ahead and we can learn from. We should have those people in mind. There is wisdom to tap from them. There's something I realized very recently. You know, it's ancient wisdom. It's just that they make me concept. You see, there's a tendency to think that once people are like 7, they are at the end of their lives. If they don't know what's happening, they are kicked, they don't know. It's a lie. They are in the finest hour of their lives. And if there is any wisdom to those people, get it. And it might not be wisdom that is obvious in their own lives. But sometimes, by learning from them, we know what to point. Do you understand? So there is wisdom in age and it's important to get out. Apart from age, there are also people that have gone ahead of us career-wise. There are certain things they've experienced. I think it was Emmanuel when we were speaking earlier. He said that don't just learn that experience is teacher because you learn what to avoid and you learn what to. There are people that have gone ahead in their careers that we can glean from. There are some things they know that we may not know, and we don't need to experience to know it. We can simply learn from them because we've gone ahead. Then they are scared. There's a tendency to want to compete with people that you understand them. It's a general human tendency. There's that strong competition. I'm doing that better. It's not necessary. Collaborate with your peers. So many things that can be done, and when we achieve faster and easier, we learn to collaborate. So build relationships there. And there's that thing that the knowledge you have, that you have imparted to somebody else, it's likely to stick longer with you because you share it. So let us make it a deliberate thing to make. Look for people that just come in. IT students in your organization, NYSD, whatever, but you know people in the association, whatever it is, and let's deliberate to mentor them. It helps us to secure the kind of people we are looking for and that we are hoping for when we pay attention to all these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll try not to necessary. I'm very to say some things, and again, like I mentioned while we're starting, it's always good to have your statement. I wish we had a opportunity to talk about during our time, but it's good. Still not using that. Very much. All right. That stated, what are the outlines? Because we are mission work, I want to write the one, I wouldn't want to put it like an outline. I want to say, let's broad lines. Okay? And in broad lines, I'll just be sharing with you some of the things that make some sense to me that I will think that you consider. And if it doesn't make sense, you just take them out. Because the word advice is coming from. I mean, we are development practitioners. Because as I by now, we are all the same person. Okay? Time in the classroom is gone. And I strongly believe that we are men of God. First thing I want to say is you need to understand your purpose. It's very important. The best prayer you pray for a man who is in the wrong course in life is not that God should grant him speed. It's for you to understand your purpose. And the funny thing is that this thing we call purpose or we're trying to say, it's like a dream. Something some people don't really connect with it until maybe later in life. And then the next thing I will share is plan. If you fail to plan, then you're planning to fail. Planning by saying very simple. It's just like 4-letter word. Sorry, 5 and 4. But it tells the difference between development and development. I was amazed going to Japan with Professor Masafumi Nagao and seeing how cities are being planned. and see how sewage system is being planned, and see how projections are done about the number of kids that will come, how we develop the school system, how we develop the curriculum. I was amazed. But these are simple things that I even taught from the elementary classes. I was so shocked to see how basic hygiene is being taught from any elementary level, and how this is being tied up in the culture. Because we might not even know it, that the germ that is killing the old man is just coming from his way of life. He doesn't wash his hands. They believe that disease don't kill a man or a woman. They believe so much in the power of his drink that he allow what he sees in his unconscious state to destroy and weaken his days. I'm saying we must become planets. We should. I advise. A planet should not just be for some specific things. It can start from the number of children you want to have. How many kids? Children are not like an investment for the future. Unfortunately, there was a study that was done about how an average one person sees children and how a rich person sees children. The average person says, I will have more children, they will go to farm, and then they will feed the family. The rich guy said, I will have you I can train to become asset in the future. That's one thing. Then the second one is if I have many, one of them will struggle to be rich. That's where it's an insurance. If I have to, at least one will be rich. By accident. Then the other one is even that, okay, that's very good. I don't need to have many because my resources will be strained. Let me have few and give them the best of education. That way, the probability or the chances of becoming successful is higher. And the last point, which was very dramatic, is that, you know, I will have more children. One of them will be successful. At my old age, I'll go and live in Hawaii. And I tell you, it's a disaster because children of nowadays, I'm still a child. At 18, they're already telling you, we're independent mom, we're independent dad. You can't say any damn shit in my life. So, if your mentality is about making them future investment, you're already setting yourself for frustration and heartbreaking at the end. I pray God give us wonderful children, okay, who will remember. But I'm saying, please, let's plan at the family level. Let's plan our resources. Let's plan even the way we live. Let's plan our life. Let's plan everything. It is not a coincidence that, everyone here, just discussing earlier, someone said, what's the difference between this Harvard education and other ones? They said, these guys can determine the end from the beginning, even before you join their courses. Schooling there was an opportunity for me. But I noticed Harvard business education was totally different. And what's the main goal? We are training leaders. And if you have no idea what life will become, you have no business in Harvard Business School. And once you do that, they will tell you, you don't necessarily have to spend the whole years of your program. You can find a solution to the problem, and year 1 year, you can quit. And that's why people, when they say the gate is a dropout, Maxugamek is a dropout. When you go there, you shoot their own. It's a waste of life. When you already found a solution after year 1, and you want for certificate, you stay all your life there. Certificate is good, but does it really make sense? It doesn't add quality to our life. Okay, so I talked about that. Then the other part, if you plan, is you must be ready to make sacrifice. Listen, any beautiful future you want to create will require some level of blood and sweat. It will require some hard work. You will be so surprised when you prepare for it. Somebody's going to betray you. In the process, it's part of the leadership journey. When you get there, don't be disappointed. Some of them can go be members of your inner cycle, like Judah Iscariot. So I appeal to you, when you corporate work, whenever you find yourself, understand it. And sacrifice can be in form of money, can be in form of time, it can be in form of friendship. There are some of our friends we have talked for the last 20 years, they are no longer productive, let them go. I'm sorry to say this. If somebody you call your friend is not helping your journey in life, apologies to those who might find it very offensive, but I believe that my life is my purpose, because when I'm going out here, I'm going to give account. If you have everything, you're not helping me achieve my goal, you have no business being in my way. So, when I talked about mentorship, it's very easy. Many business leaders think that money is the primary thing you need to succeed. Fortunately, the reverse is the case. And that's not saying you don't need money. But when you have the right knowledge, you are very good, or the probability of success is higher. That's the difference between people who do market research before starting a business and those who just started it because someone else is doing it. It's very common. Sure, maybe your neighbor will say, what woman people what we call this what we call it, this confidence store, where they're selling rice, everything. Before you know it, another woman will go for provision store. Before you know it, the question is, the market is the same, the size is the same. You are increasing your competition, and the chances are that everyone is going to die every time. So, I say to you that it's very important that with mentorship, someone who has been there before, they will teach you the right knowledge of what you should do. Quickly, I want to touch on the energy level. We must understand that our life is finite. A baby born today will not remain a baby today. And so is our energy level. Between the age of 18 and 35 or 40, 45 or 50 is very productive. Invest them in building something in a sustainable future. Embrace technology, and I will say that straight back. You are the one to build the future you want to live in. Nobody. Nobody will build it for you. You will be. I'm not saying that you will do it, but I'm just saying that you will be part of designing that future, of living, of building it. Because why? If you're not part of the future that was designed, it will be strange for you to live there. So let's engage ourselves in leadership process. Let's let our voice be heard. Let's embrace technology. Technology is going very far now. We might be old, but technology does a lot of things. Artificial intelligence is coming and it's going to take a lot of jobs. But let's not be scared again. But let's use it as an enabler in building our future. Surprisingly, I would say it was 2014 or thereabout 2036, about 10, 11 years. Coming back from Japan, the routes we were into, the toilet system. When I go to toilet, I don't flush. It flushes itself. When I finish stooling, the water will come and clean my bum, including the remnant. And then it blows me up. Mr. Sunday is here. I'm very happy to have you in the midst. We were in the same cohort. Mr. Sunday is we were there together. This is about 10 years ago. You walk into the room, somewhere in the tower. You walk into the room, your lights are on. When you are out, the light goes out. Energy efficiency. I'm telling you these things because this is about the immediate past yesterday. What's the future saying? So let's embrace that. Let's use this technology. And one thing with technology, it doesn't know whether you are a woman or you're a black man. And if you want, sometimes I know, and it's scary, they will just laugh. If people are really But if people really know what technology have done, universities will be struggling to get students. Why? Because in YouTube, you have more knowledge, basic education. I've left about program for more than how many years now? But every now and then I'm in classroom. Just sign up. Some of these platforms are so easy. The time spent on Facebook, you can just go to YouTube and say, whatever your area wants, I bet you're going to see more than 10,000 content. Go through them, you'll be fine. And when you get to that thing of creating your own, start creating your own. Thank you very much.
See, it's your community. Number two, if they are looking for students or regular, it's not impossible. So if you're looking, for example, to I don't know, what? But let's say someone is looking for 20 people. That's the person that's not mentor. I mean, if you don't study one-on-one, there is no mentorship. There has to be a level of accountability to mentor. One means that when they are looking for to mentor, there's somebody that is operating that has the solution and answers to your question. Please find them. For younger people that are open, look for your mentors, find them. And find that Dr. Fisher education. I know that we've all done this. No, we are CESDEV. But you see, if you sit on an CESDEV alumni, like you said, what is going like this? Just like that, small like that. We have to continue learning. There is no end to learn. It might be formal, it might be informal, but make sure you're learning. The world is moving too rapidly. There's something called this. That is, before the rates of change, the software application world, it's so rapid. It's so rapid. AI. One day we will be shocked. What does that mean? E-learning. Let us make it a duty. Always be on top of it. Let us make it a duty to ensure that as the world is moving, we are moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, now, I want to know if there is anyone time to if you have any questions for Dr. Chris and Madam Moremi. Just raise your hand if you have questions. And anybody on site, is there anybody in the audience who wants to ask any question of them? Somebody wants to.
Thank you very much. Thanks for so far. Please, I would like you to touch more on, because I believe we are all solution providers. So I would like you to touch more on how we can localize our solution. Because most times we have this mentality that that's to come from the West, like, oh, that's to. So then, thing is the potential that we have, it's enough, more than enough to solve our problems. Right? We can learn outside and get exposed. Then if we don't localize our strength, which is high, we're not able to solve our problem. For instance, during Ebola, when we had the series of lectures in Addis Ababa, the lecturer that spoke to us said the equipment that were used came from Nigeria. They didn't receive anything in the Western world. The equipment that were used to pump Ebola in Africa came from Nigeria. And we're so proud. So I would just like to talk how each and every one of us here localize our to solve our biggest problem, our immediate priority.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any other questions? You can just take on questions.
Thank you, our panelists. Profound lectures. Alright, so when this match comes with wants to start something and then have this nature, and you break away from it, especially for people development transition. A lot of things sometimes want to embrace the truth and get then just walking. But then this something that is going to you back from the perspective of business, then taking leadership. How can we break this barrier? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So because of time, I will let Dr. Chris answer the question for how do we localize our solutions to solve our problem. And then Mrs. Remy will answer how to deal with reluctance when you want to break forth and start a war. Because there's always this, I mean, I can relate to this question. Very time, we want to, as simple as applying for something, then they just, I don't want to anymore. So how do we do? Thank you. Next, Mrs. Murphy, go first.
This time around,
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. And I think our solution. I think first it's about, I would say it's all like capacity in terms of what I'm sharing, because I know knowledge is very vast. But the first thing is about believing in the solution yourself. I have seen many Nigerians go to the mall. The fact that it's a Nigerian name, same brand, same product, they are going for foreign name. You understand? And then I have also seen instances where the Minister of Education, his child is not in Nigerian school. Or the principal of the school, the child is not in the school. I'm just saying this. For us, it's about able to believe. And this is what I know. And that's when the payment say the partnership, and sometimes some of our guys having out to get to that capital to that commercial level. In terms of localizing, one is two-way, you as a mentor, or maybe someone coming up with the idea. The other one is the market for which you want to sell it to. When you as an inventor develop a product for a market, and again, maybe I'll just speak for the business level. Many times, many inventors, particularly in the developing world, have that idea, but the patience is not always there. You give out too quick. For example, when the iPhone was to be developed, the market wasn't even there. And someone was working consistently on the product. This guy now, Elon Musk, sorry I'm mentioning this name, when he started the first project, failed. And what was it about? It was about it's only the government that can go to the space. I want to be the first private entity to own a company that can develop a space station that can go there. So there is a problem now. Americans are looking to one of the years to solve the problem. I'm bringing this forward to say that for an inventor, how do we localize it? Stay with the drain. Build the drain, and then there is a difference between a product developer and a product marketer. A switch where we allow your product to run itself and become a brand is what many CEOs or product developers or initiators lose it. My advice to the initiators would be, you can develop it in scaling it to make partnership. The more people use it, the more commercial it is, the more sustainable it will be, if that is it. There is also the other part of it on the marketing side, on the government side, on the advocacy side, on the networking on its own. By God's grace, I'm in my 40s now. I grew up with a bottle of Coke in my hand. I wasn't conscious of it then, but I saw it in my small days picture. At 5 years, I was holding a bottle of Coke. I still drink Coke today. What's the difference? It is black water in a bottle that I can see. But guess what? At some time, Michael Jackson will take it. The Obi will take it. Why? It's about brand identity. My children are drinking it now. I'm saying that those guys who initially developed Coke allow the product to take its life. Many of the inventors want it such a way that it is me, myself, and I. They are not willing to advise. To take advice, they are not willing to take feedback on how you can scale up. So that's where I will talk about it. A whole lot of product management, and I believe that we can have so many local solutions. There is this other one I'm almost tempted to speak about, but it's not me to talk about. The reluctance to start this. I'll let Madam talk, maybe I'll come back. Okay?
Thank you. Okay. I just want to add something to like you said, be very confident about it. Honestly. But the idea is that you are confident about it. But if you're running out, that's where the problem is right. That's where the issue is. You're running out. Who is going to adopt it? Who wants it? Are they willing to pay for it? You know, I tell business people like find your early adopters. There are people that will buy that thing. Find them, make sure they buy it. Once they are buying it, don't keep quiet. Be your own marketer. See, there's nothing as good as the business owner promoting his own business. And many times we think that it's something we hire a marketing team and we have a big organization and big structure. No. You, by your own mouth, talk about your business. The more you talk about it, the more people will become aware of it. Remember that people can only buy products that they are aware of. People can only use solutions that they know about. If they don't know about it, they can't use it. If they are not aware of it, they can't buy it. Make sure that that thing becomes common. Let people know about it. So at the early adopters, let people know about it. And like you said, collaborate. Many times, ordinarily, I want to travel. You not tell anybody. Get here. Without the calling, without no picture, expected to keep things on. Expected when that thing, that's your product, when you are feel profit, shout it out of you. Collaborate, bring up there people that know how to sell. You have them in your net. That's why you say
Network, oh, network. There's a reason. Network. That people that know how to push things. Let them push what they are pushing. And don't be afraid to give out what you have here. Sometimes, until people test it, they will not know the viability of what you have. That's why in business, there is a section of your income that is sort of like part of your promotion. And that promotion is to just test. Most of these big brands, when they're breaking out new changing, whatever. What do? They have this asset. But of course, they make it taste like you have to be wise. You should know who your target is. Don't take what belongs to all people. They might like it, but they are not the ones that will pay for it. So take it to those that will pay. Test it. Let them become your brand ambassador. That's the concept behind brand ambassador. Let them know it, let them test it, push it out. So solutions are available. Be proud of your solutions. Push it out with everything you have. Get your community. For example, we are your community. If you have a product, put it on their website. Let us have it. After you don't focus on their own. You just have it for the purposes that you make. Okay, how to overcome inertia. I sent out the newsletter about that in 3 weeks ago. And see, it is simple. In this life, please permission to stand up because I injured myself. I can't make it. It is not helping. But also because what I want to say and my parents. So when you want to start things and it's real, there's always time is up. And many times we ask ourselves questions like, if I agree, is it only me? Or if I agree, do they accept it? Do they like it? Do they see? Or because they start asking me stories that concern people from that age here. It's fear, they're not afraid. It's fear of the unknown, fear of reproach, fear of rejection, whatever. It is fear. But let me tell you something. Everybody that has done something worthwhile has done it afraid. So stop letting fear hold you down. In fact, one of the ways you can prove to yourself that what you are doing is worth doing is that you stare fear in the face and you tell it's not today. I am going to do what I have to. And it is not motivation. If you don't talk to yourself, you will not do anything. So you must look at yourself and tell yourself, this today I will do and do it. The only way to get anything done is by doing it. You can't get it done by wishing. You can't get it done by thinking about it. You must do it. Do it. Let it fail. Back it up and start again. Why are we so afraid of failing? It's an indoctrination. It's the way we were raised. We at home, primary school. You bring results. Why were you not first in class? That's the first question. You might have been second or third. Why were you not first? Please, let us do that stronghold of fear. Let's don't to be comfortable doing things. What is the thing that happens? It will fail. It will another. When it fails, you have learned what not to do next time, Abby. And you do another one. What else? You have lost money. Who told you you will regain money? You won't do it today. You will regain the money now. It is people that are like that regain it. As long as you don't give up on that day, you will reclaim everything back and you'll be able to walk with it. So my point is, when all those self-defeating thoughts come, stopping you from starting what you would, face it and start. The only way to start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think what I want to do, thank you very much. Very much. It's not late. I just want to add to it is something that she mentioned, which I want to hear, is the power of sales. It's about the audience. It's about the market target. You can't sell a dog food to a dog. Understand the people who made the buying decision, the market. It is very important. That's one. Then number two is also that there is this law of inertia. We call it, some say law of thermodynamics. I don't know how they call that. This is what happened. There's a gravitational pull. I'm explaining it because I'm not instructing. There's a gravitational pull. What that means is everything you throw out, it falls down, right? That's what your mind is doing to you. You're trying to pull out something. It's pulling you back. But guess what? You don't understand the law of breaking the gravitational pull. Understand that you need a law of very high force to break free. And once you break free, you have not fought before. You know that there is another war that exists in the sky. Do you get it? So I'm telling you, pull yourself out from it by taking an action. The action doesn't need to be big, all right? Everything has been at the year. One said, I have a project plan. And this way, I'm going to do a business plan. By next week, I give you an example. And it's very real. In one of my next or two about this. The first time I ever priced a car, I don't have it. But I've always loved good cars. And that's the problem. I said, I don't have the money. But what do you want? Okay, so what do you have? It's fine that you have not even gone there. So I went to the car shop. I priced, and I was pricing as if I was going to buy it. Kind of buy the line. When it's time to as soon as possible, I'm not getting like formula yesterday. Guess what? It took me 6 months to work the money and I got the car. So I was paying thousands of dollars. Say, I want to have this. It's okay. If you want to have it, why not even go to the site? Why not find out what they're doing? Why not even visit the company? I said, okay, I'm going to do that. And this is what I know. Apology to the non-Christians. Maybe because of my faith, I'm not preaching it here. But it's mine that has always worked for me. Ask, and you shall be given. It's that simple. And that one, as simple as ask, many of us never ask. You know the rate of average failure of businesses that don't survive is 100% because most people give up on themselves before trying. And I can tell you for free, many of the things we're scared of, they're actually scared of us. They're just waiting for you to take the first punch. And once you do it, I can tell you, we will have the next people, many of the big brands around here, but don't ever give up on yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have been doing.
Afternoon. I am semi advantage. It doesn't matter. Thank you very much for the great insights. And I'm asking this question because you gave us some clarity on the questions asked. But a bit of confusion there and there, and I just want to ask because of that. Furthermore, you talked about starting and failing. That's the worst that can happen is failing. But you know, we have different people. Somebody who has money for just one shirt can go all around the boutique and check very well before he picks one. But somebody who has money for 5 can have enough time, he can pick 2. Even if it's fake, he can go back. So my question is around, you have limited resources. How do you navigate such situation? Because even if you have investments into what you are doing, people who believe in you, maybe that's your only lifeline. If you fail, you go down, and people see you as a failure. How are you able to handle it? So that it does not be like, okay, you start, if you fail, you fail. And again, even if somebody has more resources, the the weight of failure can be enormous. How do you navigate that so that you're not so depressed, you are able to come back again? The other angle I want to touch, am I taking too much time, please? Okay, the other angle I want to touch is around partnerships. Well, I've done a few partnerships and they have succeeded. I've also done some that did not work. I also believe that because we don't have more access to resources that allow you to say, okay, this is the structure of a good partnership. Maybe the big brands or the big people have it, or maybe the big people like you have it, and you have such information. How do you navigate partnership so that one party does not look like, okay, this person stole my idea? Because I've done something before, I have the skill, the other person has the money. So at the end of the day, the person who has the money stated the tune and eventually he sold that particular business off, even in my absence. So sometimes it may look like, okay, somebody is bringing the internet, the other person has the finance, but a person, my senator, asking is around the issue of having a lot of ideas. There are a lot of people who have ideas deposited in them, a lot. But how are you able to handle having many ideas and you are not confused? I've seen people today they say that it's brilliant. Another time they bring another idea, they say that it's this. But when people are looking for those to recommend, they are confused where they truly belong. So how do you navigate having many ideas and you want to start and you want to make success out of them, but you don't get people confused? Thank you.
Very much. The last question, and I'm going 5 minutes. That's what who I
Let us begin.
Thank you very much. Next question.
How do you, the concept of limited limit, see,
Yes. Unlimited resources. I like that question. Thank you so much. So everything that we said about overcoming inertia, starting as much as we said that, I'm sure you know it's not as and that is what we bring in. It is not exactly as easy. So there are several things. For example, the first thing you need to do is to have a business model for what you do. There are different ways of creating business. There are all sorts of tools. But I always recommend something called the business model canvas. You can see me in person and explain it. But you can go online and find it. It's a very business model canvas. What is positive? It forces you to ask the same question. And you see, one of the things that I've learned, I'm sure it is very available because we're all academics, is that the person that knows how to ask the right question will get the right answer. Sure. So that tool forces you to ask the same question. We don't just get up and jump into a business because we think it's a good idea. No. The piece of getting up and doing this afraid is that you have done your own work. You have done everything. You know that this business will work. Then go all out and do it with everything that you have. See, because if you do anything half-hearted, you won't get results. You can't. You know this life is wired. You are meant to give your everything into what you want to get done. If you can't give everything, you won't get any results. But first of all, before you pour your everything into it, make sure you know that that's it. Make sure you know that it is the share that will solve your problem. Do you understand? So you must have done that homework. I hope that clarifies. So it's going to use the business model canvas. Note it, it's fine to use it to help you to clarify a lot of things. The second question was about Failure, yes. How do you come back with it? My answer to that is number one, never be afraid of it. We are too scared of failure. It's a problem. Also, maybe we need to start defining failure. I like defining things because when we define things, we gain perspective about it. Let me give you an example from my own life. My husband and I run started as a vocational school, was probably looking one of his time, the whole of the Badagry, the whole of the Southwest. We were doing it. What did we want to solve? We wanted to solve the problem of unemployment. There were too many unemployed people. But along the line, we also wanted to create an alternative to the general formal education. Something that people who cannot cope with, do education or university and all of that. Something that they can do, still earn a living and make a meaning out of their life. So we started this vocational school and we're teaching different things. Media arts, photography, almost with a lot of the non-grants we train them. Media arts, photography, design, all those things we're doing. And then COVID came. When COVID-19 came, schools were the first to shut down. How many of you? COVID came, we had to shut down. And shut it down and we started thinking, how do we continue what we're doing regardless of COVID? And interestingly, what was burning that thought was that we didn't want to play off our members because we didn't know how long COVID was going to last. And because of this, if we let them up, how do they fend for themselves and their families? I mean, it was a strange thought for an employer to have. I'm saying it because most people think or continue to think, most people don't think that. The next thing you do once your income is affected, you cut off. Yes, so when you cut off all the overhead, it's the first thing to go. Start, everybody start. But when we resume, it might be just common sense. But it was a sort of worry. And so we sat down and decided that, you know what, why not all the things we do, instead of doing it physically, why not do it online? Do you know that when we started, people were thinking of the university to raise issues? They told us, go and hire a communications manager in COVID that we are giving you so that we don't go home hungry. They are telling us to and hire them. Anyway, that's not part of it. So the point is, employers see what's also changing. If they're business, definitely, I'm sure you have seen your peer change. And welcome to the world because we still see a lot of changing. It is part of it. But the point is saying that at that point, by the time COVID was over, people didn't even have money to pay anymore. Do you remember? It was hard. People didn't have cash. So we could have seen ourselves as, oh, maybe we are there. But you know, the mere fact that we thought of changing the model to an online, that was what forced us to pivot what we do. Now we have students from, I think there are 7 continents. The only continent who have students from Antarctica. And we are going to enter past very soon. That is the only continent we can have. But it was the so-called failure of having to shut down, not having, I mean, at the time, people will come into this huge thing and they won't see anybody say, are you people still exist? And we are still existing, we are just changing formats. So, if we define failure right, failure does not mean anyway, what I'm saying is many people that are done with this, they want to them today. Don't be afraid to be able to pay. If you can live well, as long as it doesn't stick to you, you are not a failure. If it sticks to you, that's when it becomes a problem. Business people are called business. It's okay. What we are looking for is different. You get when it eventually shows, the same people that are labeling you will be what they are. What show you will win, what show that will be the news spread. That be so enjoy the paying season. It's okay to pay. Honestly, don't take failure to heart. There's that thing of don't take success to heart. Don't take failure to heart. You can't take success to heart. Just know that it is a case. And remember, it's the life is in cases. Businesses are in cases. There will be a case that you're not doing anything.
It is okay. When that face passes you, then everybody will see it. It is okay. So that define things correctly. And the final one, I'm sorry that I'm spending time. The final one is partnership. For partnership, I simple advice. The good thing is you don't solve that once. Hey, what did you do that made you work? Repeat it for the ones that fail. But ultimately, I tell people, partnerships are very risky business. So number one, do not make somebody your partner. Don't say because they have a technical know, therefore they are your partner. No, that person might have the mindset of a worker, employee, something like that. Employ them, pay them salary, let them do what they are doing. But for you to partner with someone, make sure that what they are bringing on board, the value to that business you are giving, is enough for you to make them an owner. You know what a partner is? A partner is a co-owner, right? They own a part of that business. So be sure that what they are doing is valuable enough, such that if they are not there, then the business can't be there. Then you can make them a partner. And when you are going into partnerships, have terms of agreement. Always have terms. And don't debate the terms. Have terms to the point of, if this partnership starts, this is how we are going to share the assets. Let your terms be so, let them be clear. Every area of your business. If we got one table, and we are no longer partners, we will up the table or we'll sell it and share the money this way, that way. When you do that, you have the law to catch. If anything goes wrong, you can resort to the law. I tell you free of charge, nobody wants it. Nobody. Because the legal system don't want to it. So have that, be legally backed up, and don't be afraid to. Don't be afraid to use it. And that's everybody in business. So the contact your friends, let's use it. People that want to take advantage of contact, use it very good. People that want to be that you use it, use it to your advantage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Space of on partnership, document everything. Don't stay on the number agreement. No matter how simple the documentation is, documented. MOU is also very important. Usually, you know, when we are in good terms, we never think that we'll pass something. Think about that conditions where we will have to be in it and how we will resolve it. Sometimes they are why you say it's a joint person, you don't have to we have to shouldn't happen, all right? It's very important. Then the other one on many ideas. There's what we call idea testing. Then you can test your ideas. Not all ideas are viable. They're viable. Not all ideas are grown to information state. Okay? They can be beautiful ideas. And then also to try to test your ideas, not just you, because you're building a solution for a market. Bring the people that will test the solution, bring them into the room. And be very careful. Don't bring your family and friends. Because everything you do is always good to them. They will tell you anything. Someone can be physical enough and tell you your ways and you're really punished. The power of people, they prepare for that. The other one is you need to build scenario. Many of us, I don't know how we program ourselves, because it's very positive. And business is very straight line, so it's like they build scenarios. I have a 100% failure, what will happen? 8%, and then build contingency plans. So that when you are there, you're not confused. You get to that point of failure, you've already developed a contingency. And I don't know what people think in failure. For me, I don't know how to say it, but it's just a way to say that this is not how to do it. You have to do it in a different way. Right? So this is where I was reminded. The question you asked, I was struggling in the mind to try to understand it. You know, when somebody is asking a question, I give it the answer at the same time. Like, I'm coming to you to say, you know, there are limited resources. That means I've already made up my mind and there are limited resources. The word of resources is infinitesimal. Don't limit yourself to a quarter. And today, the company has performance is not you. You know what I'm saying? If you're approaching the market, just like in the animal world, if a lion is going on, it has to possess the element of fear and prey. So the moment you not defeated, we already there's no market will just say it out of it. Never doubt yourself. Right? This guy that built the solution. And someone went to me and said, the market is not a second we come. When Bishop, I mean, I just, these are business case. When they were going to, when I was going to build like, sometimes you have to start with the end in mind. I mean, these are really very difficult things to do. You need to challenge yourself. Because at that stage, you know they are limited. Whatever you tell yourself, the word creating for you. I'm telling you today, whatever you tell yourself, take a word that you want to live in your mind. And somebody may ask, why did you never live there? It's none of your problem because it's already there in your mind. The word will pave a way for you, sir. So that's the way I want to say it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you, sir. Amen. But sorry.
Yes.
Thank you for listening. We hope that by next year will be more than this, and then we'll have more time to collaborate, have examples of collaboration, of partnerships, of spending money and stuff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We believe it's been a great and essential session today. We were able to put a lot of points. It's a great exposition for each and every one of us. So right about now, we are just going to stretch just for 5 minutes. Then we are back upstairs. And while we also do that, we'll be having a group photograph. So please, each and every one of us, as we are moving downstairs, let's try as much as possible to work a little connect to someone, maybe to themselves. And just 5 minutes, please, we are back upstairs for the group here. So the electronic process. All right. Thank you. Our time starts now. Yes. Talking to greet each and every one, all the way from point 1, point 2, point 3, point 7. That was enough.
we have confirmed to have the people number required. Hi, this is number call. 2024. I'm going to get around here. Thank you very much. On our list is just to first introduce members of the team and then tell a little bit history of how we how so far, what the path before us going forward, and then thereafter we will now introduce the election thing. So we now conduct the purpose of the election. We resolve the expos. Sorry, we resolve the expos before the election. And then after that is done, it's all will be done. Dr. Akagu, thank you very much. Thank you so much for staying patient. Thank you. Really appreciate it. We need Dr. Akagu to be around as a symbol of the CESDEV authority. Why the new thing come on board. First, in terms of introducing, my name is Dr. Chris Zachary, and I'm the chairperson for the Alumni Steering Committee. We also have in that committee, Madam Uyo. Please, can you start very much? It's always said that behind every success, there is a woman. In fact, she has been the brain behind everything that has to do with welfare and the important thing. So we have thank you. Thank you very much. We have Mama in the house, but for all the sacrifice. Thank you so much. We have a guy like that. Yeah, thank you very much. Exactly with you. Thank you so much. You have done so well for the team. He served as the treasurer, the financial expert in the team. He helped to warehouse all inclusive. And I'm sure that when we give the report today, you'll see that no cover is missing. Thank you very much for we have also Gashipin, in fact, without him, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. That is on the platform at short notice, and I must say, the committee members said without taking a dime from the work of the owners of the design, the concept, everything of course behind me. But thank you so much. I don't know, because if I don't introduce next person, it's as good as it doesn't give me a remedy. And then it's kind of thank you so much. It's saying so much more. Sometimes she was just wanting to think more school and thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, Emmanuel is also here. I'm sure we'll see him later as we progress. Emmanuel, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Madam Amara, you know why we like Mike, thank you so much. Thank you. I didn't see Mike. I'm sure you don't know it. That tells you that they never get old with anything or anything. So, can you thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And there are a couple of others that are coming from the social now. She's in Abuja. As a legal advisor for the team. Right? Please, can we clap for her? So, thank you very much. Our committee was constituted 17th of August 2023. And then we just have 3 mandates. One was to plan the 2024 reunion. The second was to set in motion the election and then come up with a draft constitution. We had over 16 to 17 meetings within as at April. Then when we finished developing the whole concept, there was need to now move to the general alumni body platform. So at that space, we now started engaging with alumni members to bring in the suggestions as to what we were doing. So we started that around ending of April or May. So we shared the draft constitution, talked about the election, and then we started having those meetings. I'm happy that many of them have also been able to join and then follow through with the programs. So when we finished with that, we were advised to immediately come up with 3 subcommittees. There was one on finance and general purpose. Another one was to address the issue of election. And then there was the last one, which was on reunion. Mr. Elijah and Madam Padikon were handling the reunion. Mr. Chopin and the Oganari, thank you, now was wanted. So he joined the election committee and he did fantastically well. And then the last part was on the constitution, working with Madam Kelly and the whole thing. So we developed the draft and we have since shared them, including like a week ago, we've shared them. So what's the way forward, or what are the things we're attempted doing? One of them was to create an identity. When we say identity, registered identity, we're going to CAC to register the association. And then we noticed that for transparency, the association must have its own bank account so that everything will go in there. Anybody can audit it whatsoever. So that was the second thing. Then the other one was also to come up with vision, mission, statement, and then our core values. Then create an email. Then all this we couldn't achieve at some point because we encountered some issues that said, no, we can't do it alone. We need the current administration to pick up from where you have stopped. What you need to do is give them a constitution, conduct a proper election so that members of the team will have tenants. And then those things now we now send, because they have to decide where will be convenient for them. And I must say, within this 1 year, we only had just 2 physical meetings. The first was the day of inauguration, and then the second was the day before yesterday. Every other meetings we had were online. Online meetings, we're meeting online, and it was around Saturday. We had a designated time, everybody logged in. So we were told that to wait until the new administration comes up, they will decide where we define for them. So that's one of the things we're handing over. The other part is also coming to the finance. We had a total of 520 something thousand naira. 539,850. Thank you very much. She keeps everyone in check. Yeah. So 539. And how did we get this money? This money was raised from the last 2023 reunion, and then that was the balance that was handed over to us. We preserved it. And because we understand the economic situation this year, we felt like it will be somehow calling for donations. So we run a lean budget to do this program. And then going forward, in terms of financing the association, we will now rely on membership deals, which again, we have proposed some early on the constitution. This is just what we are thinking. The new administration might not go that route. Okay, what we are thinking. So that's what we did in terms of the finance aspect. And when we started also talking about financing this meeting, I would say that more than a quarter, like 35% of the cost of hosting this meeting has to be on energy, running energy, because of the way the school is structured. We had to, in fact, 25 was it's even more than 25, close to 30% of the total budget of hosting, which is about 200 or so, spend about 85,000 on just diesel alone. The others were having to now do with the light refreshment, which we'll be having, and then the lunch, which we'll be having. Aside from that, everything will be zero at zero cost. So that's what we have for the budget. And then the election electioneering team gave us the timeline, called for expression of interest, and then those who have indicated their interest, the candidate. Actually, we have some few minutes to tell us the program today because they have done that earlier on. Maybe few seconds to talk about it. And then thereafter, we will move to the voting section and we will do that. So this is just a brief summary of how we started. What we have done is that today, what we are looking forward to in the future. I know very well that the overall goal of this alumni body is so big. It's like an elephant. One of the things we want to say, even though Professor Sakana told us earlier, is that we also want those of us who have been through here, who God has blessed, to even do something back, right? It might not be big, but this time we have the alumni body, we should be able to now come together and then build some of, whether it's going to renovate, it's going to be a billboard, it's going to be the solar system, whatsoever. This is one of the ways we want to do it. Then the other part is, which is also very crucial, is engaging with or hand-holding for those who are just coming. Hand-holding for new alumni members, those still in the system. What can they do? I stumbled into this program, and I would say that was one of the best stumbling I've ever stumbled in the last how many years. But it shouldn't be by chance. Now that we have seen this, we can handhold others. We can market the program. And then also, we also need to, as alumni members, hold the center to accountability, because the quality of what we got must not diminish. I mean, without saying anything, but I'm what I mean in the entire Bay Pioneer way. I can't imagine going to Japan, flying almost a whole day. It was more than a day on air. And then the secretary is telling me she just went to the DPC. And I'm like, oh God. She's not going to Lagos here. And I was like, so I'm sure. That traveling experience was fantastic for us. It was. It was. That international experience, there's this one that says traveling is part of education. We learned a lot of things. We shouldn't let that slip. There was this other one that we were guaranteed that no matter what happened, said that we lost like we were told, they won't strike, they don't strike. They had issues with the UI extended system. And we did not. Why? Because we're running our program with other international students and we must graduate at the same time. We're told that we must graduate at the same time. As a student, I felt so much confidence in that system. And we graduated. When we graduated, getting my result and transcript was like, in fact, they were practically more asking me when I even. And this was in the space of about 6 or 8 months. I just went to, I didn't even come here that month. I went to the school, done everything, made all the payment, and that's it. So we should be able to engage the center's authority. Say, the standard must not go down. It doesn't go down. We will. We should. Because if we are your ambassadors, we don't want to be the last said here. We don't want. We want to make sure that 20, 40 years. Because the beautiful thing about how it happened, it was MacArthur Foundation that thought about it. It's a good idea. If someone passes the torch, don't quench it. So, at the long time, you should get what to say. We can enjoy the benefits, we're doing well. We'll engage the center. Let's get the best. Let's do everything. And then also, too, for our students, the alumni body. I mean, self-regulation can become a key. We don't also want you to punish us. We want to be good ambassadors. We want you to open doors for others. And when you find doors, maybe you are in the panel and someone say, I've gone through sustainable development. Hear that person out as the panelist. Organize job fair, if that's possible. Teach people to build business, sustainable businesses, green businesses. So this is much of a bigger dream. And I'm hoping that it shouldn't stop with us. Our children, the next born unborn children, should be part of this. So I want to again thank you for coming to this reunion. In fact, participation today is encouraging. At some point, we did a lot of food. Let's tell our friends the platform when we're doing food, let them participate. Because literally everything we did here today came from the voice of what we heard on the platform. From the topic we choose, the dates we choose. Even the budget was on the floor. The good thing is this. One of the things I learned is one day we'll become president, governors of this country. Let our voice be heard. We shouldn't be docile, all right? So I'm appealing, let's be the ambassador of the platform. Please, Chopin, we'll keep posting our pictures here today. Let's post our pictures, let's say a lot of nice things, let's comment. So that's what it is. Thank you very much once again, and God bless you. All right. Thank you very much. I just want to speak with the house to call out the team, the steering committee, so that it will start this out before the next meeting. Sorry. Thank you very much. Now I'm beginning to see a whole lot of things. Thanks, dear. So when we call out the team and then dissolve it, this is something that should happen. This is a general assembly. Okay? But we should be on the steering on the quiet side. We want to hear your feedback. How well we have done, and then what you thought we should have done, and what you think is next. So it is open. Please, Secretary, can you moderate the section? Yes. Just feedback, comment, or even questions.
Thank you very much. The roundabout was for a while. Very, very interesting when my team and you see, the last time I saw was it was everything. I don't have to see Madam Assembly was very great. Everybody, thank you very much. So we want to know if everybody has a and way forward. What do you think we are doing? That we continue with. What do you think? How do you think the center generally can impress and improve. Thank you. Was anybody, let me just count now so that you just know that when you go down, 1, 12, 2, 12, just 2. I think that day you have something to say. I think so 3. But there's no video. But it's on mom. No, my mentor. Yes. So yeah, so that is one. Moses is 2. That is 3. I mentor is 4.
Wow. I wasn't out for a long time. The last time I saw her, I've been looking at her wrists. Sorry, that's that I do not want to appreciate so much because I can just imagine if these efforts have not been made. I can imagine if everybody graduates from there and just goes into living. I do not know the port that is. You can imagine from was born, really later was born, was asking for police, and was Michael and Lulu, and who were 3, then I don't know what the devil was. So I'm not being here actually for me. I don't know. Because anytime I remember I was doing my PhD program, back to 7, because the like online or that's for example, 1 day and I've not been here for many years. No, I've not been in the company for many years. But the issue is I can imagine if there are not the people who are working, they probably not be here today. So for me, my is not everybody. And we gather that many are trying to get the notices of meeting here and there. And I see that some of us still do not even come online. I can imagine if everybody who was probably in center over here, this place will not definitely not be enough. Not be enough. It doesn't need to have a union. I had yes, more than 95 years to have a union, and we used to meet those surrounded by the building there. I know there are many. So please just permit me to just take this to appreciate the steering committee and to carry that onward from our new executive committee. Thank you.
To put this together, yes, it was the first time. This is successful.
So, what do you do to see? We are all not so impressed with the case of this center. I remember when I first came to the center, I was absolutely on not the few, it was my first time in that. Mr. Chopin was sitting right there, and we spoke again, and it was what I did. And that shows the importance of having someone on ground and people because if he wasn't there, respect of Allah. I think I'm afraid. But that's been my word and so many people. Honestly. Before I think it was only you guys that was on Facebook. Now it's just because bosses also and Stephen was said for some things online, the purpose I don't know was for me being that's what's not being right. And I spoke to Rancho, also in the years now, you can say, oh, you know, because remember after she spoke again, I feel like it's I don't know, but I didn't want to see the value proposition. I mean, I don't think it was small. You don't know that you know what was how to make the like prices. So I'll tell you about for us. I think I guess you I think it's I think it's quite different. So when I came here, it was quite different. So what should I tell me about that? You know, one of those things I think that we need to be involved in the progress of this department. I mean, sometimes you come here, it's almost like this is some days I've been here, because I feel. I invited some new also. Yes. Or sale of things from things. But that's what we do. This is anybody convince us about I know I need that because apart from when the knowledge there, you respect your own knowledge. Nobody knows care, oh, I was very condition, and you have to that lens, areas or whatever. When he gets, when he can what should I was into my so I think we need to do more. Even at the past one things. So we also spend us this people offer solutions to project. We need to start looking for ways to solve problems. Mindsets, they're about to look about everything. You know, now social things. They don't get support. Before now, I don't think something. If I find something, there's good worry. When you have the opportunity, just get close. There's something about some of the people who also and giving some like so we do want to ensure that people are aware of their own. And this is very excellent. I was telling Mr. John, Mr. Jacob. I met him last year at QI. I'm saying that I was something about I spoke about last year. What he spoke about, you know, was one of the things I was encouraged because I think that program like he had also gone to the program and I was so impressed. I was I didn't even know so much about what we discussed at that point. But what he had mentioned to last year, that was what I was and we all impressed really broad. It's not, I mean, I just feel like there's so much I can do.
development. And right here, we are not doing so much. We are not reaching our potential. In fact, there's so much. I remember one time we gave a transport on this point. He said that but in my mind, that's what I've seen your world for that. The experience. Yeah, I know there's so much more. So just taking my knowledge. I believe that taking was the very proud. How can I trust me? This is when you don't know that.
Afternoon, once again. Sunday. See, excellence. Faith. What's the story? Things like 6, 7, 8, much important. This really goes into something wrong. What is wrong? Right here, I think the less hearing from the models, one of the things that friends I remember last night, I was in the country. And I'm very expecting eyes in the office. And I put a call through on the I made that. Close. I think that was the reason why I didn't feel that I would be very good in center. And there's the no one of it across the sea. And I find that since I'm acting, and I bet you it's one. We are not reaching out in one. Let's imagine as we sit down here, each one of us reach out to play this. Let's see that there is no way that we have one. I think it's a way that I reach out to someone. Present. Not only one person. In fact, when we're looking at have two of them only that are this. Next year, I'm a general meeting. In executive. Let's take it on our straight. If you are not fully big coach, and if you are not ready to make that big, you might not achieve collaboration. So let's see ways we can just be excused. Areas for strengthening our collaboration with the stakeholders in the states.
and then Ministry of Information. Just the fact that I also have opportunity to be in two. I see so many wonderful things that also experience. This is sincerely thank you. Because others we have to always do the largest one is going. We don't go to the rules. So we last year, 2020, that was so I think so do not let us
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very glad that
the center is getting smarter. We are very configured. Three things happen. Conflict, one, strike, two, admissions, diaspora, easier. To enter, you are involved with what it is. So these are the three things. And we're actually changing our mode of admission. That's why some people are writing use of English next week. So we're going to be admitting second semester. Well, normally you admit 1 year. I mean, first that's all. So we are doing that one. Trying to see how we can hybrid mode. Because during the COVID, a lot of things have changed and sit in their offices. And I mean their rooms and work. So students are challenging us with that. A couple of classes where some of us will be 10, I mean, we're expecting 30 students, only 10 will come to say they are engaged. So we are trying to see how we can accommodate all those. But what essentially we are missing in this place is your support. We don't have the support the power that we're using now. I think you spend almost 100,000 to generate the past week. And when you look at the tuition fees, cannot get out of it. Some of our students actually run in this city. They ended up paying 1 million. Some of them cannot graduate until now. They're coming back again. So these are the realities of grant. Another issue is the grants. Mercator grant that was used to establish it's got exhausted. And it's like students were on scholarship. But now grants are no more coming. Some other individuals have grants that actually come under their desk. But my belief is that if the alumni can come together, some of you can sit down here, write the grants, and people support, and a percentage is coming here to run this place. So I don't want you to believe that the standard of lecturing, teaching, research is going up. For instance, we have produced 10 PhD holders since you left. Many of them are doing well in both, especially in the tourism sector. In particular, this Dr. Peter is coming here now. That is being moving from university to university because they are both fixed. We move from one university, just take from the and we are trying to pin him down because of the training he has gotten from here. So 10 of them. This year we are likely to produce another 3. And another development is this development studies. They have started a PhD program. Some of you that have been away, you know, there are also PhD, and some people have to support this. But anyway, they are doctors. So our doors are open. If you want to do your PhD in development studies, the doors are open with the first knowledge and a good number of things. But what essentially we are lacking is your support. And I want to advise you before I get tonight. Dr. Egina is looking at it as an opportunity to withdraw. But you are married to go. You are form a council. Let these extras that are going with the council. Because I see what the passes through to rally people around, sometimes I will need to support him on that ground, God people, this and that. So we let him go. And the Adebayo, many of them are willing to run him. Let them form the council. So the schools can relate with the council and all these thoughts they are thinking about the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing thoughts with us. And then we hope Secretary is still taking notes because the ESCO is still alive. So most of the feedbacks we will put them together, then we'll work on it. Thank you. So on these notes now, we can have all the steering committee so we can dissolve and then move into election. We're running out of time, but please just bear with us. We'll try as much as possible to be very good. Members of the steering committee, please can you come forward? Thank you very much. Thank you. So with the permission of the AGM, because we are a situation for so with the permission of the AGM, this council and this steering committee stands dissolved. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So,
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone. We don't start by we can't stress it enough. Things have been phenomenal for resilience, resourcefulness. Literally, the thing was we don't bring it by thread at some point. But it has its emotional intelligence. I mean, because you just want. I mean, I gave a part when I to say that. Thank you for leadership. Okay, so I also want to really appreciate my amazing team. I mean, I just literally recruited people from different units, different cohorts. Let me start with secretary. So we, as it is, I'm going to call out candidates. So unfortunately, we still have two key positions not yet filled. So nobody for the position of General Secretary and that of the PRO. So we have to come to this field.
I think you understand.
The question is, let me quickly just so please, in no particular order, once you hear your name, just come out. So you have 60 seconds. May just give us your picture. I don't want to call it manifesto. We read manifestos for politicians and that most but in no particular order. So we have Mr. Mujiriola Kasim for the position of the vice president. The lion. Yeah, Social secretary. Okay. Seconds. Treasurer. Well, thank you. Also, if you think you have any reason, you should not. You have a few minutes to speak up or whatever, hold your peace. This seems to me the steering committee and not alive to step in this. Okay, because of time, sir, do you mind if I feed you back after the event? There's a real thing. Okay, so I mean, I don't even have to say that. So we're supporting back end. Ends of vision.
His question actually is that they are doing the test. And then
So sad. I mean, original mandate was for us to stare. So we're not supposed to be in a stare, and that's like Dr. Chris said, that was, I mean, ultimate goal. This thing, this executive was to stare. That was what we're doing. That was what we're doing. So
I think you are supposed to be staring, or that was probably like in the test. Or we agree that, so to say, you are in a hurry to run away. To say it, accept it. This, Chris will be the chairman of the council, and all other ones will join, so that they will be around to mentor these ones. At least their services will be available.
If that would suffice. Unfortunately, no. But I don't know the whole region. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We will just proceed with our procedure. Okay, so 67. Oh, okay. Yes, thank you, madam.
Someone like Madam said.
Just PR 11. Yes.
When I decided to do this, what the thing has came to my mind. One, promise to use my experience and express it to ensure that that very book out disability this. Another thing I pray God's willing that we'll have something like an endowment fund so that a friend of mine got AD scholarship from his center, specialized center like ours. So once we are finishing from that center, if you're interested in PhD, that area, just apply and go into it. So I'm looking into a situation where we have such a kind of opportunity in our center to and we encourage people to come but that they are not rich. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, speaker position yes. It's something just sorry, contributing my teams because I know that it's not going to be about financial reporting alone. That's to be about building a team. That's what I'm also doing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excuse me. Things will find out buying for social certificate. Naturally, I'm an introvert, but I enjoy exactly. I enjoy event planning and management, so I'm into that, and also into catering. And one reason why I actually decided to go for this is because my secondary school alumni, West College of Science, I was so I was in Colombia 2 years, which is 2 years back then. So I understand how things like this run. And my major vision for CESDEV alumni is to have inclusive events. It should not just be about our professions, it should not just be about the center. I believe that there's a way you know, if I just ask you, how are you? There's a way I will know if you're asking how are you, or you just want a regular answer, I am fine. So things are like this is what I intend on doing. When every member sees themselves as a member of the community, then growth is definitely going to show. But it's not just having cliche and like that. So having an inclusive community will further boost our organization.
First of all, let me appreciate the steering committee at the only person because I didn't want to get involved. When I come to I explained the meeting to me as I was here. So I really appreciate our president. But I think
So during the things there, so together, things together. So how do you know what is wrong with it? So yes, so then we have both steps and remember that the person was just speaking is address. We make them send them instruction from energy. Industrial solar energy. This we were also
All right, thank you very much. I'm doing a lot of speaking. My name is Ola-Olowoyo, and President. I know that a lot has been said today, and I believe a lot of points, a lot of questions have been said. But going to what I'm going to do and we are going to do as a team, the very first thing is to have a listening that listens to what all other people are saying and to see how we can implement it in the system. And most especially creating the feedback system whereby the management too can listen to what the alumni are saying when it comes to evaluation. At the end of each course, is there an evaluation process to assess if at all these students are the value for what they actually came for? And if there is no such, what can we do to improve on it? So Dr. Akode mentioned the other time that it needs us. Yes, we are going to start in that gap and ensure that we are going to fill that gap and ensure that there's improvement day by day. I remember that he mentioned something that there are some days whereby you come to the center, it's as if there is nobody in the center. And one thing which we're also going to work towards is to ensure that we have a center that is up and doing each and every day the activities conducted in the center. I remember that I was sharing something with the director sometimes ago that can we have something like an innovation or innovation or whereby students can come, alumni can even walk in as much as you have your card, you can come in, you can network, you can get to different people. And more important, looking at the system and structure of the center, starting from the aspect of curriculum. What exactly is the state of our curriculum? We are looking at was 12. What has changed? What do we intend to change when we talk about meeting global standard? And the best place where you can get the right from the alumni set, those who have gone through that course, have had information of people who came to CESDEV and still went for that studies. Okay, what are the new things you learned out there? And this is where we're also going to bring back and ensure it's well implemented. And most importantly, we know that we are trying to build an alumni. One of the things which we are also going to be prioritizing is to make it a professional network, which we can also leverage on outside there. There are people, someone mentioned Lagos Business School, the association like being sustainability professional in Nigeria. You hear about Association of Sustainable Professionals in Nigeria. They didn't go to 4 years, they didn't spend 2 years. I think I'm spending my 4th year in CESDEV. I have not received my certificate today. But a lot of people each and every parent of today aside the certificate of you are collecting, you also know that you belong to a professional network which you can applaud and you can also going to give a better leverage. And lastly, what we're also going to be working on that we see as a major priority is to have regular events to bring each and every alumni members together. So it's not just going to be waiting to next year August. So expect from us each and every month to see back-to-back events, and learning never ends. What they call it, the environmental sustainability was taught 5 years ago. There are new policies, there are S1, S2, a lot of ESG structures that are here now. So these are things which are going to be bringing up, whereby even the alumni can get to learn more and they can get to engage further. And lastly, which is one thing we also want to for that is looking at as a current students, because when it comes to the issue of picturing, when it comes to the issue of internship, we want to see how we can because people like Dr. and so many people, they have organizations, they know organizations, each student can get to a role on, and we are going to see how we can get to connect them and achieve their career.
Many thanks, my mentor. I want to work, create a working, honest, thank you.
Said good communication rights. So it's the session for students. I think this is a fair position. I mean, I was having I should say I important so message to I would say team. So we are really not having election per se. So what I'm proposing is to have the approval of the house because they are all unopposed. So I mean, and the constitution didn't state whether they must get certain percentage as of them, must still get certain percentage of votes. So it's not stated in the constitution. So before I deploy the power vested in me, you want to say something? Okay, also before declaring them, I will just want to. So house. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All against, say nay. Okay. For future's sake, take them and we have the numbers for each person so that this is followed, even though they are all opposed. It will make a record that this is, and if anybody wants to see the difference, okay, so once again, all the people say aye. Aye. All the people say aye. Against the
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so for the close of office, Secondly, payments. Right? Very much. Thank you, thank you. So we have the same now. That we have the now that we have thank you very much. So now that we have the USO Organization Center.
All right, thank you so much. On behalf of this UNESCO, this is the next year of Thank you so much. On behalf of the UNESCO, this is the next year of this alumni. We sincerely want to appreciate each and every one. Thank you for trusting us, with this vision. We want to promise you, want to assure you that each and everything we can share are going to be executed. And we must not leave this seat without appreciating our outgoing executives. We know that it's just good as if they are going, but you are still with us, and we are going to always enter your DM, and we know that it's going to be a one family association. And we hope that by this time next year, it's going to be bigger than this. It's going to be more testimony, and we look forward to your cooperation, your support, and contribution. Thank you all. Thank you.
Questions, everybody. You may have your seats. I want to say about Silicon Valley. You have read about Silicon Valley. It's a product of the Stanford University. Most of the time, it's the product of the alumni and the university community working together. So we are hoping to see more research funding for this place. We are hoping to see more entrepreneurial initiatives in this place. We are hoping to see more interaction between the lecturers, current students, incoming students, and the general community. Because I said it and I'm still saying it. The essential thing we have missed is your support. All of that things are still in place. They may not be as vibrant as but it's like I'm telling my son that my education is your own education is better than the parents' education, but your father will be telling you why you are in the Aberdeen grammar school. That's history. Because you are very trendy, you know more than what your parents know. So we are relying on you, we are trusting God that will help you, and we believe that you have said many things, God will give you the power to do it. Congratulations.
Thank you. We were just about moving to the launch. There is one assignment we need to do is to move the motion to empower the new ESCO to adopt the new constitution. It's only the AGM that can adopt the constitution. So we have a draft constitution, we have shared it, but now that we have the ESCO, I don't know if any one of us can move a motion for the adoption of the draft constitution as shared on our platform. Sorry, can you help us move a motion, please? Just a motion for the adoption. Sorry, thank you, sir.
I haven't gone through the constitution. Move the motion.
Second. Someone second.
Okay.
The motion time about the help with investing.
Yes. Thank you very much as of this present expo. So we promise you that I'm going to perform better. So the job is that this blessed annual arrangement are going to seek a fund from our animal, especially of God. So finally, we thank you once again for attending this solution. That everybody will go to this solution.
Thank you. We just like someone to move the motion for adjournment of this meeting. Also someone to second. All right, sir.
Yeah, very fast.
I, Sunday, should move the motion. Government.
Seconded by, the last motion, seconded by.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you all. We appreciate your presence, and we believe we can get to proceed to network and also get to go for our lunch. Can we take a closing prayer? If you don't mind, our reports that are used for Christian.
We thank Almighty Allah for giving us this day, for what we have been able to do, for guiding us, protecting us till now. We pray that the Almighty will continue to be with the new executives and every one of us as we move back to our various destinations. The Lord will protect us, and His God will be over us. And whatever we set out to do through this center, the Lord Almighty continue to bless us and put His back and it in our time and the سبحان ربك إذا سمع يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين صلى على النبي الكريم.
Everyone at lunch. Please. Please don't go yet. Elijah, can join us for that. Thank you so much. So let's